Welcome, welcome. Hey, Denji. We're not melons in here. Are we melons in here? We're not melons in here. We don't have any melons. Hey, what's up, Tron? I don't know if you saw my response, but I saw the stuff you posted. I don't think any of it is fixed yet, but I'll get around to it for sure. Working through everything one by one, chat. We'll get there. Hey, JDG. Just about to watch VCT EMEA. I heard Heretics and Vitality both looked sick. I saw the stats on. I saw the stat lines for Durka. Damn. I guess I was wrong. For those of you who watch Spike Talk, I had brought up the potential concern that Durka may take some time to fit into a playstyle where he may need to do like more on his own. I wasn't necessarily doubting his skill, you know, it's just like a getting used to thing, but it seems like maybe that's just not the case. Which I'm glad to see, because I was hoping Vitality would look good, but yeah, no, I just wanted to, whenever people give me feedback, I just want them to know that it's been read, so I appreciate it, Tron. What's up, YouTube? What's up? Twitch. Let me just chat. We just gotta wait for... Oh. Maybe it's already functioning. Not sure. No, it doesn't seem like it. My bots have gone missing from YouTube. So I'm trying to figure out here. Durka and Kicks' combos were good today. That's good. That's good. We'll have to check it out. The screen chat is paused. Hey, Deus Ex. Why is the screen chat paused? Shouldn't be. But it is. That's weird. That's really weird. Well, let's see if we can fix it here. I don't even know what would cause that. Don't update it. I like the screen time. You finally set up YouTube memberships. Yeah, I did. Let me look into, because apparently now everybody's just putting YouTube chats on screen, whether they're partnered or not. So let me look into that. No, I'm not ignoring you guys. This narrative of YouTube being ignored is crazy. The real question right now is, okay. All right, let's fix things one by one. First, I'm reading chat, don't worry. But YouTube chat isn't connecting to my caster labs, and Twitch chat isn't updating on screen. But let me fix that afterwards. Let me figure out where my bots have gone. Because I was trying to move everything over to FossaBot. And I think on Twitch, it should be functional. At least FossaBot's in the chat, so that's good. Okay, YouTube chat is now connected to Caster Labs. That's good. So, no, the bots didn't get sick of me. Where did it go on YouTube? Okay, hold on. Open YouTube Studio. Bear with me, chat. Isn't it great that you guys get to watch someone learn all this in real time? How often do you get to watch that? Truly a unique stream experience, IMO. Okay, I gotta add this code. Okay. What? Under automated filters. What? Oh, no. Settings. Okay. I see. Okay, but is it in the chat though? Hold on, let's give it some time. It says it might take up to 10 minutes. All right. Okay, so hold on. This is a Valorant question, so we're gonna answer it. My team plays double initiator most of the maps, so I tried double controller on Abyss, but it doesn't really work for us. So which is better, double controller or double initiator? Well, that's a tough question. I don't think there's an objective answer to that. On Abyss, I would argue that double controller has more safer setups on both attack and defense. But I do not think that objectively makes double initiator like bad. Just kind of depends on how you play it, right? But double initiator, you want to be much more proactive, and in terms of clearing space and re-clearing space, whereas double controller, you're trying to deny information and then taking contact on both sides. So it could just be that like double controller isn't for everyone though. Double controller, I think, you know what? In some ways, I think double controller is harder to play, harder to learn at a team level. I was generally shocked with the Discord revamp. Is it possible to stage changes for Discord? How'd you roll that out at once? Oh, I just had it all hidden step by step, and then I just opened it all up. All right. First time chatter, Fossabot. Welcome, Fossabot. It's working. Okay, so it's working in Twitch. Where did it go in YouTube? All right. Oh, it is there. Oh, do bots just not show up? Oh, no, it's there. What the heck? Maybe it doesn't. Wait, Nightbot, go away. No, Nightbot, you're out of commission now. All right, let's send Nightbot out. Okay. Kicked Nightbot out of YouTube. We're good. Nightbot can retire now. All right. Good. All the basics are set up. Now we have to fix why this chat isn't updating on screen. So what's wrong with my overlay? So that's an overlay problem. Where am I going for that? Stream elements. Poor Nightbot. You know, the times change, man. Apparently. I don't know. I thought Nightbot would be eternal, but apparently that is not true. Are you not going to check RQ's Academy game? Well, I can't, for one, because it has to be on Soup. Well, I guess VOD review technically can. Did they ever... Where's the post for challengers? Because I know for SVL, it was like you can post like VOD reviews and highlights. You just have to give credit, but... Okay, so I'm going to be honest, JDG. I'm not quite understanding what Valerie does. I like tried to look into it and I was like, all right, this is on the back burner because I didn't understand it at first glance. I've like got TikTok brain now. I'm like, didn't get it in the first glance. TLDR, not that I'm like gonna move on for now. But I've been interested. I just haven't. I just couldn't quite grasp the entirety of the scope, I guess. But I do want to. I will be looking up the Academy games for RQ because what's their name looks really good on stats. So I wanted to check that out, even if it's not on stream. Okay, so why is our overlay not working? Which overlay am I on? Regular Valorant overlay. If you haven't had YouTube, yeah. Oh, right on. No, we do have a couple memberships, thankfully. Appreciate it. I don't have it integrated to Discord yet. I'll get on that. It just sends out notification messages X minutes before the match starts. Ah, okay. It's like a watch party reminder kind of thing. Okay. Gotcha. That seems simple enough. Okay, so it's working on my preview. So why isn't it working on... It's just stuck on this screen. Now it's just not updating. Yo, Kleptomaniac, thank you for the YouTube membership. Did that go out? Well, I guess we were switching scenes, so it probably didn't. But thank you. I am noticing that now. Okay, so now it's updating. The YouTuber alert didn't go out. Okay. Oh, okay. In which streaming service is your streamer contract better, at YouTube or Twitch? I actually don't know what my cut is on YouTube. I should probably double check that. It can't possibly be better on Twitch though, I don't think. But Twitch has that whole thing of like, right now the way my partnership works, I believe, is like you have to get over a certain amount and then it increases. It's like a variable cut. But as far as I understand, Patreon is better no matter what, but obviously you don't get any of the chat advantages. Okay, so why didn't... Oh, man. Let me just double check. Let me just make sure that the alerts are online on my YouTube overlay. And then we can get started. Yeah, I mean, chat, so here's the thing is that obviously just because I think there's still a lot of people on Twitch, that's still like our main live platform. But my ideal goal is to eventually grow the YouTube channel, right? With videos and streams. So, but the reason I have both like Twitch, YouTube, and Patreon is just so you can pick and choose. I appreciate it if you're looking out for like what's better for me, but I don't think in the long run, I don't think it makes a huge difference for me. Whichever you're more comfortable with. In the very long run, the goal is that Twitch or YouTube and Patreon will have their own benefits, like continue to grow, and maybe more tiers as well. Whereas like Twitch is always going to be limited because I can't even have VODs on there. So like Twitch is just, if you want to meme in Twitch chat and have your chat on screen every now and then good for you. Turn this guy into a VTuber avatar. Twitch is so much better for live and NA. Well, right. It's also, yeah, just because outside of Asia, like Twitch is still supreme for watching live streams. So I don't think I'll ever ditch Twitch, but I'm just letting you know ahead of time that like there's a limit to how much benefits I can add to Twitch, whereas YouTube and Patreon I can always add like more, whether it's more tiers or just more benefits, like whether it's like members only videos, and Patreon can have their own Patreon only videos, right? Like things like that, or they could be the same, but you can pick and choose your platform. So you know, for instance, like and I might adjust the pricing later as well, just because maybe in the future I'm looking at Patreon as something for like Twitch people to also, if you want the same content that YouTube's getting, but you don't want to like double dip, then you could do Patreon. I don't know. I was thinking about it so much, and then I was like, I'm just gonna launch these and figure it out as I go. So I launched it, but ditch Twitch. In terms of pure monetary gain, Patreon only fans are the best. Well, I guess we know where the future is, everybody. Okay, hold on. Let me double check this overlay. What the? Oh, it just played in my win. What is going on? I don't even know if you guys are hearing that. It's just like, oh, you don't see it though. Why don't you see it? But it's because you gifted 10. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm like looking at my overlay like all confused. Well, thank you so much, Klepto. But you guys are going to apparently keep hearing this. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Appreciate it on YouTube. That's crazy. I didn't even know you could gift on... What? Wait, but why do you... What is going on? Oh, this is so crazy. I'm so confused. There's like something I'm missing, like at a crazy level when it comes to YouTube stuff, apparently. Also, the way that the gift... I'm gonna have to look into the YouTube stuff on the overlay. Oh, here we go. Membership get... Oh, I see. I didn't even know gifted memberships were a thing. Okay. Okay, I'll have to fine tune this. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Klepto. And now you've given me more homework, which is always great because homework is never ending. all good, Klepto. Yeah, no, don't double dip. Don't double dip. Okay, so you don't see it. No. Yeah, it plays it for one each, which is fine. I just need to adjust the time and everything in the future. But we'll do that in the future. I'll fix that off stream. But the real question is why you don't... well, it actually doesn't matter if you see it or not, because apparently I'm looking at the preview and it looks broken. And I don't know how to fix that right now. But I'm not quite sure why you don't even see it. Hopefully this fixes it. Yeah, I don't know. I am just not sure. I'm just gonna refresh everything, all of my overlays once in OBS before we switch over. Hopefully that changes everything. 안녕하세요, 안녕하세요. Welcome, welcome. Why is your camera mirrored? That is a great question. I used to have a reason on certain scenes, but I don't know why it is that way on this scene. Some prawn curry. Sounds good. Okay. All right. You know what? We're done with the fixing. We're done with the fixing. We're ready to jump in. What are we ready to jump into? We're ready to jump into we're ready to jump into chat. EMEA VOD review. That's what we're gonna jump into. What the? Why did the music stop? What the? I always feel so lost when I'm streaming. Why do you think that is? Sideshow is having... But, okay, it's... You know what's crazy to me is that nobody seems to understand why Sideshow was going crazy with the rankings. That's what's crazy to me, because I totally get why he was going crazy. Because it's a matter of I was disappointed in Gen G and I was somewhat disappointed in T1. So it's because he started with the disappointment. It's because he did a relative ranking in his head first, right? He's like, oh, I was impressed with RQ, disappointed with Gen G, right? And then he tries to make sense of that and it doesn't. But I actually totally understood where he was coming from. But it was just funny that everyone was just roasting him. Have you merged YouTube chat to the on-screen chat? No, not yet. But I got a double check because apparently now just everybody's doing it. And I don't know. Was there a rules update on Twitch? I'm a bit of a rule stickler. I'm a bit of a lawful citizen, if you know what I mean. I still remember your mid-November streams. No, I remember. I remember who were the OGs. I appreciate it. Is that Nongshim Ramyeon in the back? Yes, it is indeed. Hold on, I gotta quit the League of Legends client before you guys realize that I updated my League of Legends client. What? I was playing TFT chat. Not that I'm ever ashamed if I would be playing League. I wouldn't really have a problem hiding that. It's just that I wasn't. Current set, I guess? I don't even know. How do you play? If I play ranked, is that the current set? Alright, chat. Which one is more fun to watch? Team Heretics and BBL or Vitality and Foot? Because we might not get to watch both on stream. Probably we won't. Which one do you guys want to watch? Team Airtex BBL or Vitality Foot? I don't know. I'm kind of equally interested in both. All 4 teams are so interesting. Yeah, I was streaming in November. I was streaming for a long bit of last year. Airtex BBL. Oh yeah, Vitality. Wait, Vitality Foot was a stomp, was it? Oh, the split was an absolute stomp. Holy, 13-4. Oh my god. Vitality started on defense on split and they won 13-4? What the? Foot couldn't break through the sights at all? Holy. BBLTH first map is... Okay, everyone seems to agree. Barely won any gun rounds. Okay. BBLTH then. Pearl and Lotus. Good maps to review. Yeah, Durka did seem to go God mode. I was sorry, I was reading this earlier and I just didn't comprehend what you were saying. I was watching ESL Cologne documentary. I noticed ESL allows players to have paper on their strats and notes. Does Riot have a stance on that for VCT? Well, that was the whole thing with which match was it? Lenny last year with Secret versus Talon. I think it was Secret versus Talon. Right? And Lenny had packs of paper. And it was like this whole issue of like, why is he allowed to have paper as the IGL? I don't really have a strong stance on it. It just needs to be uniform. But I'm pretty sure basically because of that, the stance that Riot has taken is kind of like you're not allowed to. Players aren't allowed to. That was my takeaway, but... Alrighty. When did you start playing? When did we... No, we started playing BJ3 earlier than December, I think. Baldur's Gate 3. We started playing it like November, didn't we? Like right at the start of the offseason? And I was like, yeah, this will be fine. And then it wasn't. Because that game is huge. Don't want to be rude, but could I give you a suggestion for a YouTube video? No, that wouldn't be rude at all. But you can put it in chat. But if you do have Discord, I would very much appreciate it if you also put it in on the suggestion board on Discord, just because then it like stays there, so I can look at it. Because we have like forum boards on our Discord where you can put up suggestions. So whether it's content or feedback on like setups and stuff, you can always mention it in stream. It's very easy for me to forget it if you just put it on a stream chat. Do the Heidi Lau dance. No. Dude, Epic Pen keeps telling me to update. I'm pretty sure I'm like 30 years behind on Epic Pen. Okay. Let's take a look. Both of these seems pretty exciting. Obviously, Heretics for good reason. BBL, they've been looking good. Wow, Patron. What the? In this opening, as we will now the door. He's just walking around. Oh, did this? As we saw of the map, there's no doubt at home. Probably BBL are coming into this map thinking this is their strongest position to play. How do we feel about them doing this? Okay, well, okay, I'll tell you how I feel about this. First of all, this isn't even the point of the VOD review, but why not just have a separate feed that has a zoom in of the map? You can do that. You can do that because we have that on our caster desk in Pacific. You can just have a third observer that just has the map and they're like zoomed out somewhere on a background. And then you can just blow that up. That way you don't have to have, like, this is clearly they just, like, scroll zoomed in on the program feed, which I don't think is great. But I do think it's kind of nice to open up before the rounds, like before the match starts, with a full screen of the map. That is kind of nice. You'd buy YouTube membership if I do the Heidi Loud dance on it. All right, chat, Heidi Loud dance incoming.
See what they're going to be capable of doing. And here's an overview of the map that we're looking at. It's going to be an attacking start again for BBL. Same thing as we saw last time up against GX, where they won 7 out of the first 8 rounds.
Yeah, I think one of the more interesting things for me here is how we're going to see that control sort of taken around A side. I think Teo especially has been very good for that.
Yeah, but this zooming in, because we see the movement in the background, this not so great. Not so great for the main broadcast. They should really just have a... I'm sure they'll fix this for the next broadcast. They should really just have a zoom in of this separately.
What goes on in this opening, as we will now kick off right into map number 1.
Well, this is it. Last time around, we saw BBL look for control.
No, that wasn't me, chat. No, that wasn't me. That's the official broadcast. That's why I was talking about it.
Late into that with a double doors play by Sociable. Who...
Hold up. Why do we have a chamber here? Oh. Chamber Vice Astra Yoru Sova. Chamber Vice Astra Yoru Sova. Did they play this before? I don't remember them playing this. BBL. Wait, they did against Giant X. I watched that game. Why don't I remember it? You know, wait, did I watch that game? No. I didn't. I didn't. I watched the BBL Fnatic game. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Whew, got confused there. Pros reviewing without 113 pages. I didn't do my homework. And the Heretics was playing. I'm very interested how this works out. The Teo KO.
In fact, there is still presence on A main, still presence on Art, but they're hoping that Heretics make the adaptation of pushing B long, of taking the space that they left wide open in their previous game. That doesn't happen here. BBL late looking towards the B site, but these players on the other side of the map, they've got to still try to find something. Sociable loses his life.
Because the first time, not really. I'm still not sold on it. Like, Heretics is good, but
2 players one side, 2 players the other. A constant proactive push from Heretics to rotate around the map, maybe having expectations that B would now be the target.
For each team in Pacific, one thing you would like to see them to continue doing, one point of improvement.
If it's within the next few seconds,
basically like a 1 point pro and con type of thing for each team. Right on. Probably a good idea, good way to make sure it's not super drawn out. Yeah, I'll look into that. I appreciate it. Content ideas are always welcome, guys, even if I don't use it, for sure.
Deny the default position. In fact, more utility being expended. Maybe an adaptation from BBL.
Keeps them away.
Themselves differently. Rienzo still connecting the shot. In fact, every shot for a moment up until back finds a couple. This does leave Profek in a clutch, but
yeah, wasn't their favorite. They had already put up the shear wall in a way where they were gonna leave Art open. But they had to go in deeper because of the Teo utility.
Again, the idea being that Heretics should be on the... this is a squad that we expect nothing but the best from, Tom. BBL have been upsetting teams.
That way it keeps retention. Oh, you mean like for length and stuff?
Do you really expect them to have a chance, though, up against a squad like Heretics?
Yeah, that's something, yeah, I just arrived on a couple other ideas that I've wanted to do. Like, I've been trying to figure out what I want to prioritize. And I think for Pacific, there just isn't as much. Obviously, you know, I put out that survey of like, what would you like to see more of? And it was pretty evenly split between like analysis stuff and then kind of like story stuff. And then interviews, I think a lot of people wanted to see just because also like I could interview the Korean players, but and that one might be, you know, even if it's not like always in person or something, that could be also just kind of low-hanging fruit. But I don't feel like there's enough. Like I feel like there could just be more kind of like story and or story / analysis, like analysis that builds story. So I've been tinkering with in my head of like what would work best there. So slowly figuring out my priorities on that front. So I appreciate any suggestions / feedback. In zone flawless.
But that also means that there's potential for them to do something.
Okay, buy round. You got five Vandals, no Phantoms.
Ultimate's not particularly close either, so it is
okay, with Astros on both sides.
And this was that aggression I'm talking about. Having that early use of the guided salvo.
I do like that. I like that they go for the salvos.
Yeah, we saw that attempt.
Instantly get the orb. That gives you so much control over A main on Pearl. And then immediate drone from Heretics. Okay. And you have alarm bot plus watching. So you have extra layers of. Oof, that is a sick shot. That's a big shot too, because the whole point was to keep up pressure here. But now look at this rotate. This is very good. That's unfortunate. Interesting that Heretics put so many layers of delay here though. Salvo kind of forces a division there. Rian's nice try on the read, but just can't win that on his own.
Incredible amount. The fact though is those trades have gone the way, at least for now, of the attack.
Did you do TMV's Fantasy League? Nah. Because I saw that it was just like very preliminary, right? Your videos do surprisingly well considering the length of them in the current YouTube. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of I'm surprised and impressed and thankful. But yeah, TMV has like a fantasy league that he built with someone, I assume. Maybe we'll take a look at it at the end of the stream, but off the back of the Astra, off the back of Boo as well, and of course the new man KO. Dude, 0 point and salvos. 2 of the cooldown util early to take control of A main. But the way they counter it is by always immediately taking control of art. So you're not at a complete loss for information. BBL seems to have read correctly that they have a timing, so they re-clear A right this way. Even if they have to give up the orb every time, at least they're not giving up space. But I mean, it kind of sucks that you're giving up orb completely every time. Okay, already at the minion mark again. Stealth drone goes out. Tags nothing. But they have layers on this side again.
It's time to go. Boo's just thrown his knife in. This is the second time that BBL have been able to avoid it, so they can't really gamble.
Where was that second knife?
Map control has to come to an end soon.
Onto A main.
BBL have 50 seconds on the clock. No control of that B push-up either. It's time to go.
Oh, his mod team made it. Oh.
Time that BBL have been able to avoid it, so they can't really gamble any of those rotations just yet. But it does seem like the defense, for a moment, had an idea, but they're actually starting to go back in the other direction.
Okay. Heretics has already chosen for the retake. BBL, they're going to clear out bunker. Oh, I mean, this just seems like a really tough matchup, though, in terms of zone denial and clearance, yeah? I mean, Salvos basically covers the default plant completely each time. Or like default plant and the second line of entry. Meanwhile, for you, you have shock darts. not as threatening as the salvos. And then you have razor vines, but they're easier to spot and they're slower. And if you use all that, obviously your post plant is a lot weaker. But on the other side, well, I guess you both have Astra. But on the other side, even on attack, you could have still the killjoy. You have, yeah, no, that's tough.
Team Heretics are attempting to retake control. In fact, I didn't think Woot had an angle, but just a small gap around that smoke.
I mean, now he's got to push out.
But it will be dodged. Yumpy stepping into the smoke and making
Okay. Yumpy stays alive. That's kind of big.
Some control on the site itself, but his teammates are smoked out, and now
all right, they don't know exactly where he's at. There's a good chance. They're checking that it's the corner, but then they high low. Oh man.
Time starts to tick away. Star already there.
And they're covering both angles. Miniboo's got one mission just to check for art. Oh, oh shoot. Dude, Prophet is, holy, what is that? Dude, nice and calm, man. I will give credit to Benji for having full faith in Miniboo though. Benji only dies here because he had full faith. Because this is one of those cases where if he doubted Miniboo, he actually probably wins this duel.
Just two, in fact, one! Defending this spike, and it's Prophet holding his ground against the odds. It looks like he's got it. Unbelievable.
This year, at least in kickoff, watching EMEA and Pacific is just way better than NA China. Well, I think EMEA round 1 was questionable. But
4K from Profek. I don't think I've seen that
no way, another 4K.
yeah, I think America's. I think it's because EMEA the hype top teams have delivered on the hype, whereas America's, other than G2, it's kind of like, yeah, like maybe. I think that's probably where it's at. Because I think for EMEA, you expected the first round to be mud, so.
We've forgotten about Profek. That guy in clutch situations is just so
yeah, I don't know. Everyone thought America's was going to be the most competitive in terms of the gap amongst themselves this year. And so far, it does not seem to be the case.
That round is locked in. It's done. It's over. And then Profek, blink of an eye.
CNN Pacific the most. Lots of creative team comps. Yeah, that's true. Do be a little bit crazier out here.
Utility running behind him. Profek's like, I stand on my own.
Okay, so Eco. Sociable just straight up peaks. Benji about to die. They push through for extra reach against the Ecos.
Whitewash. Woot, the last left. 1v4. Ults online for BBL. Hey, maybe he makes them use one. That's about the best case scenario.
If he makes them use one for here, they've done something wrong. Because it is a 1v5.
Yeah. If he makes 1v5 baits out the ults, that'd be incredible. That'd be a huge win.
Stood between to confirm the thing to bring into farm for re-ends. Was thrown in and around. Should have find that opening.
Ooh, early timeout.
This is what we're sort of expecting from him in most rounds. To heat up, and Heretics will need to do a lot better. BBL show since then.
I mean, I was behind the NRG hype, so I can't blame anybody on that one. I was behind the NRG hype.
We wouldn't champion more than that. That's well for super subs.
I don't know if I was up on them as much as this year. I can't remember. There was one or two teams where I was like, I don't know if I rate them that high, but I was behind most of the Americas hype.
BBL, I mean, it's just been an uphill battle every step of the way for this squad starting kickoff. Yet they've delivered. He has kept that moneymaker, I suppose.
What's the hardest site to retake in this map? What's the harder site? I mean, I guess because there's only 2. I mean, obviously we're assuming depending on the space you remain on control, right? But I would argue that B still is, just because there's still a lot of post plant and they can be entrenched in backside and things like that. Whereas A, generally, I mean, you should be retaking from 2 to 3 angles on A. If you've lost more than that, like if you've lost like all of this control, then A probably sucks. But at that point, you've probably done something egregiously wrong.
He's gonna have some limited choices.
He's going to wall.
Choose from.
That's where he's going.
Oh, he's sticking around. He's staying up close.
Oh, he's going forward, you mean?
Yeah. He was sticking around. Now he stepped into the fray. Great shot by 11. And now look who's waiting inside the smoke.
Oh, it's 11. Oh.
Delivering again. Every game from this squad is a treat. And we know Pearl is somewhere that they're going to do damage to the best of the best. And you're seeing it here.
Here. Nowhere is safe right now for Heretics on this retake.
I'm curious to see where Yumpy ends up going after the plant.
How?
Yeah, he's not going to do that, though.
Oh, they both get spotted.
We're going to see him pop that Hunter's Fury. That's the
Oh, that is rough.
And then also just look at
Yep, and then the Steel Garden as well. Miniboo just making the choice to stick around is good, but Drone not quite going over the wall is unfortunate.
I'm curious to see where Yumpy ends up going after the plant. He's going to have some limited choices.
He's going to wall.
Choose from.
That's where he's going.
Oh, he's sticking around. He's staying up close.
Oh, he's going forward, you mean?
Yeah. He was sticking
They've
around.
got the friggin' shear wall as well. Oh, that's. I was wondering what happened here. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Just isolated. Let's use that classic combo of the Hunter's Fury in tandem with the Dimensional Drift.
We've seen like one or two. It's just that usually if you're getting no commanded and Steel Guarded, you're already out of there anyway.
And we've spoken to Pal before this, and he goes, no, that's what we want him doing. We want him being this disruptive force that's going to make things difficult. Because again, Heretics are very good in retakes.
So now they push out with the ult.
Well, this is it. Oh, okay.
But good read from BBL. See if they ever actually push out or not.
No one here.
Meanwhile, yeah, you heard that, but there's no aggression on A side, so you feel pretty confident they're bailing out, so you go in. They didn't use their shock dart, so they were very confident.
Not deterred by his own teammate's utility. Steps in, takes a bit of damage. He's not gone fully around that corner.
And Bladestorm is down.
Around the other side, TP's out. It's a free pick, and he's right back into the fight with a flash. They know that for now.
I mean, Levin's just meant to be the menace right now.
Timing is absolutely perfect. It means the players in main just
Yeah, he hears him as well. So yeah, you just tell them like, hey, I got him on this angle. Just buy time. Make sure they're not sticking the defuse. Sheer wall is a bit unfortunate, but you've got the gravity wall anyway to buy that time.
They've done it. Even with the kills going that way for Woot, as close as he is to the 4K. A big individual performance from him isn't enough to give a chance.
I mean, Bladestorm just gets down so early there.
Always got to be worrying about Prophet, and that's the thing. The second you do, he's probably going to be with the rest of the team.
Let's play.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, at this point as well, especially.
Okay, Arc Rose for info.
Flanks that they definitely know about. It's something that they're going to be ready.
No longer, interestingly enough, no longer forcibly taking the orb from Team Heretics, right? No longer instant salvoing. Seemingly, they don't like that it's on cooldown, and BBL reads that cooldown really well. So you only miss out on the 0-point cooldown. You keep your salvos.
Never fully around the deeper corner, but nothing's working so far.
Turret. Drone gets broken instantly, so they don't know quite about the tour de force.
Alone on the B side because it has been quite an eccentric look from this
double team to clear out art, but there's an alarm bot.
But with Miniboo already set up deep on A, the Heretics can sort of gamble a little bit. It's just the pacing of BBL that makes it tough.
Arc Rose to check the corner. Miniboo hides from it. Miniboo is stuck. Oh, you are in trouble, my friend. Has to use both Cloudbursts, but only 30 seconds left, so full rotation comes through anyway. Boot caught out.
Heretics are locked out. 3 players in the spawn, full control for BBL. A plant soon to come in.
0-point checks for most of them, but BBL is just ready for this. Is this not a 2-0? Oh, what the? Did they just not get any on defense?
Right now, the hasn't been much of a response. A rough start for Boo. We mentioned that switch up to Initiator not really hitting the same as
Eco again with a lockdown.
Controller play. Already back. Spotted the push. It'll let them know that there's at least
Never been so gutted. Oh yeah, I mean, it seems like it from what I've seen so far. BBL's playing this attack pretty well.
Depending on what Vax sees, they have the choice to go back, but we see a lot of players pushed up to that corner inside the smoke. There was even maybe a
clones red from Boo.
It didn't come.
Boo's keeping his eye on it. One of these days, chat, we're gonna get the grand setup with the decoy.
Or a pick, they go back, and he thinks he has space. Little does he know, Wu is still tucked in on the back of the site. There he is. Head ripped off. Site is there.
I mean, that's Vax.
Phenomenal round already, and now
classic meteor-esque alert coming into the other site.
Well, Vac has better ideas. He drops mini boot too, and with that, you got pistols attempting a retake with no control, and guess who's behind them?
He didn't even get one.
Yeah, no reward this time, but
I mean, they've got lurks on lurks. Their angles, their coverage and positioning on A site is really good.
At least going to make things a tad more costly, but you look at the credits.
BBL looks pretty solid here.
On the BBL side. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's both.
Yeah, both timeouts. Dude, I will say though, I do love a good match where a team uses both timeouts in the first half and they make the comeback. It is kind of nice. It's kind of a nice feeling to watch it happen. I think someone should be inserted in A main on defense, right? Well, they were trying that earlier, and then they went for the ops, so that way you had high pressure on B, so they were more concerned about the lurks, and it looked like they shifted to a retake on A, but they weren't. They were getting gutted on the retakes because BBL was so good in the post plant on A. This is Anders' comp, by the way. Which one is Anders' comp? I'm gonna assume Team Heretics.
Looking to share it with anyone. This squad, Pal, looking more calm, I'd say, than normal when we go to those.
Hey, what's up, Fizzy?
Gaps. And I think that's because this squad is very comfortable with Pearl. Sure, we 25.
The guys are losing. Dad's team is still beating me. It's like, is the student the master? That's the question in this series. Has Wu outdone Mark New, or is Mark New still got a few more tricks to teach?
Well, that question might have to be asked on the second and third map.
Yeah, so they choose just with the op to push out here instead of fighting for A orb, but they have a double team this time, so that way you don't really have to worry about the lurk. You still have a close range crossfire, and then they haven't really used B-Link much. So Heretics used to be very concerned about B-Link, and they're just leaving it with an alarm bot.
Finally seeing at least that aggression hit a wall. Whether it breaks through it or not, well, that remains to be seen. Profek going to eventually step into his sights. But the fight is not.
It's always eventually been an A hit, so they're sticking with this. Good flash and pressure onto B-Link.
They're making a lot of noise.
Alarm bot.
They're trying to bait players into that rotation back.
All right, do you go mid to clear this out? Well, they get ahead of it. That's a good re-clear from Benji. I wonder, wait, does he peek because they hear the Yoru? No. They just want to get ahead of things.
Into that rotation back. Levin also selling the idea that they're moving this way. That's a big kill though.
Bit of, I mean, arguably a bit of a mistake from BBL as well, but either way it was a double. So, what the?
Moving this way. That's a big kill though. Already getting rid of sociable. The same tech is being the idea that they're moving this way. That's a big kill though.
Oh no way!
The same tech is being
Boo.
This way. That's a big kill though.
Boo was just trying to pop flash art. I don't know if that was intentional. Was that intentional? Did they talk about it in the interview?
Already getting...
Because it's a perfect pop flash for Art, but dude's not even trying to peek it. Well, I'm just trying to figure out if this was big brain from Boo or if Boo was just trying to make sure no one's trading it. It might just be that he felt because the Yoru was on him the whole time that someone was going to come swing around him. So I think he was just trying to delay whoever it was in Art. But works out works out brilliantly. Focus on the favorite regions, teams, or all regions? I would focus on your favorite region and team. You need to, if you want to become an actual, like if you want to become an analyst, well, I guess anywhere, right? Whether it's on broadcast or a team, you just need to be able to prove that you can analyze, right? And early on, trying to analyze all the regions is not going to be possible, nor a good use of your time. I would still skim through, right? Like see if other regions have played comps first, and you know, if they have, like see if it's, you know, a 1-to-1 or if they're playing it differently, like that's fine, but I wouldn't try to look at all the games. Yeah, no, yeah. Either way, that's rough for Levin.
Again, I think Levin got a little bit lost with his own tech. Didn't know that he was stood
But also nobody was there for BBL. The Huntress Fury was so far behind. Prophet was really behind.
Within this A site.
Yeah, EBS is going to need to give me a replay of that Yoru ult. That was a blunder and a half.
It's done.
Killjoy ult comes into play. 17 seconds on the clock.
Rough.
Are you going to stick that plan? Oh, apparently you're going to try. You're going to try your damnedest. That is a tight margin. I don't know if you've got that.
Yeah, I mean, he gets it, but that's a great Tejo ult. Right as it ends. That's actually really good. So you either... Dude, the timing on this is really good. This is a great setup from Heretics.
17 seconds on the clock. Well, are you going to stick that plan? Oh,
right? So he starts it at 4 seconds left. So if you exited main for the lockdown, you'd either have to die or get detained, right? Or go further behind, which would be rough. Yo, thank you, Klepto. Once again, thanks for the membership and the gifted membership as well. Thank you, appreciate it.
Apparently you're gonna try. Your damnedest. That is a tight margin.
I mean, you could argue it could be ever more perfect, but like, I mean, well, Yampi's, and then you're just open also because you're just waiting for it. That's.
And he swings out from Art. You know what?
Well, that's brutal. That's a brutal setup.
There were absolutely nasty. I think we saw it right near the end that Armageddon was also put in backwards so that anybody going, I'm going to leave the ult, into another ult. Like, there was no escape. That was perfect from Heretics in terms of making sure there was no escape. It did cost them a lot of ultimates, but at this stage of the game, you have lost 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it looks like Boo's just Boo's just trying to get ahead of another flank, and he's just trying to check all angles. Just wrecks Levin.
Wipe the board clean other than that singular ult on the other side. Which, to be honest, Steel Guns.
Okay, but that was, yeah, you know, that's 2 ults for your. Well, I guess it's 2 for 2. Yeah, you did use the Huntress Fury. The Huntress Fury is gonna feel a little unfortunate
for your squad. The question that obviously comes to mind, though, is what do you do in this round? For your win, something that you haven't tasted since round 2. Well, that's it. Trading.
They just send their gate crash.
Something that you haven't tasted since round 2. Sure,
they send their gate crash.
For your squad.
I guess to make it look like you're gonna have someone peek around the box, set up the chamber.
When we're back to normal gameplay, we're back to rifle on rifle, not Armageddon falling from the skies or coming from the ground. It's unclear how that happens, the logistics. But I think at this point, you know, again, favor falls into BBL's lap. And for Heretics, a 7-5 scoreline.
They didn't spot the op last time, right?
But it's how likely we are to get there. For BBL, again, A presence is made. Again, heavy rotation.
If they go B-Link to B, though, hard read from BBL after that previous round.
This time, BBL seem to have their sights set elsewhere.
Good read. And they see the op as well. So now you can bring your own op. You're putting pressure in from B-Link.
don't know if there's any way out of this. The steel gun has been used, but it doesn't connect onto him. So he's able to hold this ground.
Okay. Well, good from Yampi. The steel guard missing was unfortunate, but either way, good read from BBL. Dude, Yampi's calls have been good this tournament.
Ends up just being a single kill.
Still Cosmic Divide. Let's see what they do. You still have salvos. You still have the stun.
Belong control stolen out of their hands. Operator recovered by Yampi as well.
The attacker going to play deep as well because of the fact they have Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, they're trying to get ahead of it. So you know one's close. Spray and pray through the smoke. And Biggie. Oh, who dies to salvo here? Y and...
in a bit of danger. I think he's got a gate crash.
Wait, what?
11 in a bit of danger.
He's at 150.
I think he's got a gate crash to fall back to, and he won't be able to.
Where was that? It looked like it was just here and here, yeah?
Alvo claimed danger. I think he's got a gate crash to fall back to, and he won't be able to either. Guided Salvo claimed Prophet. Back on backside. He's flown under the radar.
Maybe just wasn't sure if they wanted to push up or push back.
It makes it possible for Yampi. He can see when it's being diffused, and the shock darts primed and ready. The first lands, big damage. The second on its way, but it's already halved, and he needs to.
Oh,
the shot they lined up, but the shot did not connect.
Dude, imagine if that was a collat.
4-7. It's far from over for Team Heretics.
God, no, the thing is, I like that round from both sides. Miniboo does incredibly well, even just to
check this out during a review break.
A little bit of luck in the spams. I really like BBL's adaptation in the middle. I said they spot the Cosmic Divide on the other side and go, okay, that's the one
I shall.
Let's play more aggressive. The problem is when you're up against Teo and he's.
Is there a meta going on where NA is using more Phantoms? I haven't paid a close enough attention to the Americas games on which weapons they were buying. I do think even in Pacific though, it does seem to be a healthy mix. Maybe not all Phantoms, but a healthy mix.
Absolutely. Can still slip away, but even 8-4, not quite the advantage it looked like it would be a couple of rounds ago. For BBL, though, the heads will still be held high.
I mean, BBL, you get 8-4, it's not so bad.
Maybe you get a second
so this time, the op is an art.
7-5. Maybe you get a second pistol.
Audio's dead. That's just too bad.
Can still slip away, but even 8-4, not quite the advantage it looked like it would be a couple of rounds ago. For BBL, though,
I would argue that the Phantom is the way to go right now with the current map plan, the current meta, but
120 on the clock. Heretics not quite gone for that B-long aggression. In fact, they're not even looking at B-long. It's a very passive position from Boo, and if he does pop his head out, he might regret it. Luckily, it's not going to be Heretics losing a player. Instead, it's Sociable falling in mid. The trap now gone for this attacking side, and all
now they fall back. Either way, you have weapons advantage. So staggered defense here, delay here.
Choice to go back anymore, and I think that's signified by the wall they've just put into play.
Yeah, this is a tough one though. Walking into the Killjoy setup.
This is bold.
Yeah, they're just waiting in case there's an over rotation. Like with this late amount of time
I mean,
on the clock,
he's
but
just
it is a mass gamble.
It's a valiant attempt.
Well, he's just used it. I think that was the thing. He used it probably like 15 seconds ago, expecting them to be deep in position. So it's not going to be denied, but the fact is Benji has gone absolutely nowhere.
They expect it. Yeah, Yampi expects it. That's a good read. Huge flash. Wow.
Was to go down. He throws the nade though, and that gets the kill. That wins the round on time. Beautiful play. There was a second there where Boo.
Oh man. Oh.
He held his breath and delivered just in
I
time.
think
7-5. Yeah.
That's rough. But honestly, that moment though kind of wraps it up for me, right? Because I think overall BBL had decent reads on the positioning and like round to round calls and denying like A main and repressuring it, and having the chamber but not really baiting anything in B long, things like that. That's all great, but it seems like they just never quite caught on to the fact that The most difficult thing you were dealing with was just all the area denial. I mean, I would even count the stun, to be fair. Right? There's just so much more. Are you doing this for every region? No, not like on a regular everyday basis. But today I woke up and EMEA was supposed to have been good. I try to watch most of them back, even if it's just at like 2 times speed or whatever. But we couldn't possibly. I'd have to be online 24/7 if I wanted to do every match for every region. We'll probably do like a grand review of all the teams going to Masters though, for each Masters and stuff.
No, a really big round to end out that half from the big brain of that Heretic side, and well, that's the thing though. I believe in just
the Sliggy schedule. No, I want to do other things other than just watch matches live 24/7. I want to make other videos and think about other content and whatnot.
Because that's where I think he's going to have to play a much more pivotal role at setting up the team.
I mean, 5-7, 50-50.
Already, stealth drone put
Oof,
out.
yeah, didn't want to get caught out there.
Backing off, they heard the TP. What they don't know is that one has snuck up close. Luckily, they've spotted
Okay,
him, but not
yeah,
quite
he
in
still
time.
gets to TP out.
Shot landed
Why
at
do I remember
Heretic
seeing
for
that moment?
BBL.
Maybe I was watching
Heretic,
someone.
so
No, I
no
wasn't.
legs
This
are
was
in
last
the
night.
basket. There's 2 players still on B
What?
long, but we're on board now with an
Maybe it
arm
happened the
push
first time
coming in
BBL played.
A little bit later, hoping to exploit a gap that BBL may have left. As we can see, they have not.
no, and any chance to push that position is already going to be.
Give me 1 second. Oh, I thought it was the logo looked similar. I thought it was the VCT Pacific broadcast team group chat, but it was actually just like a PC cafe spam commercial.
And any
As we can see, they have not.
no, and any chance to push that position is already.
So you've
gonna be
lost control of B main.
delayed by the Razorbind. And then
Trying to
as well,
decide if you
as I think
rotate
a lot
back
this
over to
composition does allow
what are we doing here?
plenty of delay.
Trying to just position
One
ourselves?
the
Is that what's
shield,
going on?
One is the sword. That's what this comp feels
Come
like
on,
in Sociable.
let's make up our mind.
No doubt. Is that sword looking to go that little bit more aggressive? Already spotting out.
Right, he
opponents.
gets
Has to be
contact, so he's
careful
coming
on
back.
that second one.
Nice,
Or maybe he doesn't.
nice, calm
Brian's
shot.
already gone. And with the spike only just being retrieved now, it's going to be a tough position for them to get back into, especially now that he's seen Woot.
Yeah, this is the danger,
30
especially in
seconds
pistol rounds. Sociable, he didn't get to really have any flair to it in the previous one.
Attacking A side when Smoker doesn't know what they're doing.
The headhunter, 5 shots, ready to be sent quickly towards Heretic's players. Never mind, Benji has ripped his head off. The site has not been fully taken just yet, though. Still a bit of a brawl.
2v1.
Leaving Boo alone with 10
Doable.
seconds. Reveal catches him, but no one is there to take the planter down. Boo gets to reset, but he's got Yumpy and Vac. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, winning it from this position would need an isolated jewel.
Nice, very good teamwork.
I was looking at Yumpin being like, he is incredibly far forward. Is he going to take this fight alone?
Elevated
But it was
revealed
literally
their
just a
revamped
matter of
Lotus
fact,
strat
you don't
yesterday.
shoot it, you're blind, you do shoot it. That
Dead.
happens. Really nice.
Is that
job
it?
from them.
Yeah?
This is the thing. I think, as said,
Did he have 100 pages though?
Especially thinking back to the Fnatic series, were so unorthodox at times that it's really tough to play against. Even you said, oh, they've spotted a player, and you're already dead. Like, that's what this team does. It's like you're trying to work out what they're doing in their heads. And then
Outlaw,
pushing it.
And every
full
time,
armor.
the seconds you're thinking,
Gets
could
the
be someone
outlaw
that could
gifted
be
over.
also
Wow.
thinking,
Okay,
Sociable's about to
that
give me
is
a
a
headshot.
that
You
is
know,
an
your attention is
that is
divided.
an eco strat.
That works out perfectly. Rians, this time stealth drone goes a little further. We'll make sure that close left corner is not occupied at the moment.
I'm liking
I
the
have seen
stealth
Sociable,
drone,
though,
though.
hiding in this corner.
Especially
He
with
doesn't
something
have
like the
this
outlaw or not.
sniper in hand, he probably has that headhunter.
Clears it
So
out.
either way, someone you don't want to mess with.
I was wondering about the
Probably
stealth
goes
drone
in that
usage on
same
B-Long, but it looks
category.
because it can go so far. It looks like it's pretty decent.
Let's go mid, guys.
Oh,
Yeah, this is a bit of a gamble.
Nice shot.
He really is the best big brother. He's dropped over the sniper, ready for Miniboo to take aim. Just looking to try and do as much damage as possible. Will now be handed into very capable
Super fast clear with a bulldog too. This is risky. But you have 3 here, and you're imagining that basically you win the pinch with the better firepower.
There goes the dash. Nice kill,
What? How does he get that kill on Miniboo? What the heck?
Now put
for this round. It's fairly easy.
Tech pause.
I think this is where, for Heretics, you start.
It's going to, and I think individually he's also looking very good. So I am worried for Heretics in this map. I think there would have to be a serious shift in the pace.
This is BBL's pick, huh?
They need to shut down some of those.
Okay, so they have double outlaw.
One's coming their way already.
Oh, well, one player further back, not caught by the suppress, ready to fire in a flash. Although,
and then Spectre and Guardian. I was like, what? Why do they only have 3 weapons? But and they take fast aim main. Still have the same Yoru position. Still have the chamber as well. Love the late gate crash. Oh.
Rolled the dice and it has not worked out in their favor this time. The shot from Sociable fails.
Smack out. They hear Yampi closing in.
Heretics, 5 players on that B site right now with the plant coming in.
This is a very good position.
I mean, I feel like if Heretics just wanted to, they could always get the area they wanted at the beginning of the round.
As long as you're not overzealous yourself, it should be a done deal.
I think shock dart attempt for a little extra damage. Maybe if they got lucky with that.
Oof, didn't clear close.
With 2 players, one of which is Woot awaiting you. It is one he doesn't land it.
Okay, so no frags.
He's really gunning for this one. 16 and 8 at the top of the board.
0 point and flash drive.
But this is where things could change.
No.
Full buy for BBL. Social immediately investing into that operator. And
Drone comes out.
Them so aggressively.
Flash drive still waiting.
And that has been the story of this map for him.
Yeah, you're going to be that little bit more aggressive, obviously, on that agent, especially on your glass cannon. You really wanted that opening pick. Once that utility starts flying and bullets come your way, not going to be quite as easy to land that value. Now for BBL, still sticking with this.
We've had a Sense command for a long time, just not in YouTube. It's been there on Twitch.
We're not using that same lighter presence around mid that Heretics were able to.
BBL has a lot of delay in trade, but they're really so now they just want to hold on to B-Link, right? So as long as we can hold on to that, we can try to flood back in. You can delay. We can get a crossfire going. All good.
Knife up. Prophet knows he needs that smoke just to try and survive in this scenario.
Fragment lineup. Prophet's kill or not is going to be hugely important. Oof. That seems like it did decent damage. Whoa, wait. Whoa, whoa, what's going on here?
Just sat within the sun are going to be thrown in. Prophet's still the real danger here. Just sat within the smoke.
Oh, because the smoke's dying out. This is just a good read on the timing from Heretics.
Sat within the smoke, timing ticking away, makes a move. I think it's maybe the worst possible moment.
That's oh man.
Finally, Social was able to enter the
That's rough. That was rough for Prophet. I mean, they still do more damage, but
another on the board for him. There's still a chance.
It's not over just yet, but look what Heretics have.
Okay, you just gotta win your 1v1s.
Except for that one nano swarm. They want to fight.
Okay, doesn't want to bother shooting it.
Swinging in, and that's exactly what Boo does.
Huge.
Boo with the final
zero on them a couple of rounds towards the end of the last, and even with a collateral shot from Sociable and a mass advantage.
Oh, that's the wallbang that won the round right there.
Like he, as a person, like you can fool him once in a battle, and then the second you've done it, it's like calculated stop. So I'm not going to shoot it. I'm going to dodge it and just wait for looking to boot.
Okay, so draws out the timeout from the other side.
They're setting the pace, and well, that is exactly what they're doing.
0 point still going to be the same thing here.
Pistols in the hands of BBL and a spread out look to this attack side from Heretics. They are holding their bases.
Mid gets taken over immediately, so you start pushing out a main. But you're still going to wait. Love the backup call for Boo, the KO.
Pressure here. Yumpy's gonna be the
Make
one
sure
to
it's
take the
not,
fight. It seems
you're not
like
getting fully pushed in.
they're
That
a little bit messy.
still delays things. That's actually going to call them all back because they want to basically push this back in because they don't want to give the gun over.
You talk about that combination in the first half of Dimensional Drift. Hunter's
When is
Fury.
Bangkok?
It's
When,
available once
what's the
again.
start date? It's late
Although the
February,
guns
no?
have been picked up, just
I think it's
thinning
like
the
2
herd a
weeks
little
after
bit
Pacific
could mean
ends.
in the later rounds that those ults become even more
Maybe a
valuable.
week, actually.
4 players towards A.
I'm doing all right. How's it going?
He's only got a classic. He wants to get out of here alive once he spots that that's where the play is coming in. But even just look at what this man's role currently is.
So just a hard bet that it's going to be A, right? All the delay, the flash, the decoy,
All on A, by the way.
all the people.
Oh, and he sticks
So
around.
Prophet's just going to be the delay.
We've seen a couple rounds here where
They have to
Prophet,
suspect
he's in the right
this.
position. He leads
So
the
he's going
squad.
to... This time he respects it and tries to re-clear. That's...
Minnie Boo lands the shot
Okay.
first, the weaponry diff. The Hunter's Fury seeking out its targets and damage done, but no real
That I see what you're saying. Whoever said that earlier. The Hunter's Furies are a little bit ambitious.
Become impossible. That was the thing. It needed to sort of thread the needle. Woot's lurk is expected, but not dealt with. How much more?
Hoping G2 and Vitality get paired up in the first round. But wouldn't that require one of them to get second seed?
In their game last week,
For now, it feels like both of them are getting first seed, no?
Like, oh, I didn't even. Everybody rates the coaching staff at Heretics highly at this point, and we're already seeing that resurgence.
Yeah, it has been a well-handled comeback so far in a map. The BBL seemed set to win. They were dominant. They were looking confident. And everything was working.
So
Big
just off the
players
0
weren't
point
even on
again.
board, but the game plan was too strong
Turret gets
to
ruined,
fail.
so you're just
Now,
watching
though,
your
they
back,
are
but
just
you're
one
betting on
round
an
in the
all-in.
lead. All
You
that
got
hard
Cosmic
work
Divide.
has
They
been
have
chipped
Cosmic
away
Divide and
by
your
Team
ult.
Heretics. Oh, it's a big play from Levin.
Okay.
In there for 2. Doesn't quite get out, but
I mean, dude, he
they
just
do
solo
lose
pushed
Prophet
out?
as well. For 2 away by Team Heretics.
Oh, no, no,
it's a
no.
big
They
play
pushed out
from
together.
Levin.
Prophet just didn't get a
In there
kill.
for 2. Doesn't quite get out, but and I mean, they do lose Profek as well. We've ended up in a bit more of a neck-and-neck situation than I think BBL would like. Big mid control, at least from them. Good passive B control as well. But the real danger is if they just commit to this A-site hit on Heretics, they're going to
Yeah, they did the Yoru Silva ult combo in the first half, but
and then it will be a difficult retake for the
regionals can go anyway. Well, that's true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it's not done yet. Upsets can happen. And I agree, EMEA would be less of an upset than America's, for sure.
Knows that giving this up for the afterplan is going to be rough. A fragment from Boo as well. It left
He's gonna try to peek out, yeah. Try to see if it was the cubby.
They weren't expecting the re-peek through. Instead, a post plant. Advantage in terms of HP, but that doesn't last for long. Back's done well.
And take a look at Art as well. Sociable on the way around. He's got a free kill. They thought we killed Profek. No one's going to come behind us in Art this time, guys, right? But, well, you're wrong. And wrong again.
Well,
nice shots by Sociable. BBL back on this.
why is nobody believing in Lev? No, I think some people are believing in Lev.
And this was but Vac winning that fight
But I think Sen are
the difference is
just
two,
the
and they
easier
can
pick,
steal the
right?
finances, along with a couple of high-impact ultimates, and Bladestorm just one away. The fight isn't done just yet, but Sociable, gloves are off.
You see Yoru take this, he can get out of there, but with Sociable, he can only back off.
Oh, wow. Dude, Sociable. Dude, he peeks out in time to take a shot before he rendezvous after seeing the 0 point? That is mad.
Makes the difference. What a frustrating start to a round.
Holy. Okay, but I like the shear wall adjustment. This way you don't have to worry too much. You'll get notification nice and early if they're trying to come in. And trying to like 4 or 5 man, obviously right now only 1 left, but 4 or 5 man this wall is going to be rough because you're all going to be exposed mid-movement.
By the time he steps into a site, and the weapon in his hands, Tom, it's valuable, but they have enough credits that I don't think it's like
They are scared. This round could be. And while Boo's even going to take a defense as well, they are making sure this round
Goes
is
for the
long.
plant.
They're going in with that dimensional drift, using that ultimate just to try and play with their opponent. There is nowhere safe for Boo.
Oh, please don't give him 1v1s. Thank you.
this. Another it's
Send the drone out. So you can't
11-8.
or you retreat
4
before taking the
ults
shot.
for
That's the only
Heretics.
option you have. Because of what that drone does,
Armageddon
it takes
online.
away
See
your
how good
ability
that
to use
feels.
abilities. Heretics had a good idea.
Locating targets.
Now they're gonna do it again. Gonna try and clear this man out of position. Oh,
oh, he got
again.
spanned by the 0
Gonna
point.
try and clear this man out of position. Oh, Levin can't leave. Bear that in mind. He is
Yeah. Oh, dude, they just
That's why Social
they
don't
just
think
did not
he's
want to
simply
deal
going
with
to
him.
receive that drop.
And you have ults anyway, so I don't mind that.
Just the range of the TP.
Do they do the same thing with the Armageddon again? No, not this time.
Might have helped out there. It's a stumble. Let's see if it's a fall for BBL, as they've got players here early, but that ult has sent them running. Time to
I mean,
concede.
similar concept, right? You've pushed them out,
Heretics.
you've gotten into the site, and now you just buy more time. This time it's more a play for
They got
time.
stuck behind the wall. That was it.
Oh.
The
Yeah,
wall
still
went
couldn't
up
come through
sheer,
because of the shear.
and it trapped the spike. I think it was when Miniboo dived through it, so they've been allowed at least a little bit of extra time. The problem is, again, like Boo's now going to commit his own ultimate.
Spike planted.
No utility to try and get back into the site. A fight for profit is available. That's one, at least in the spam. Not on the right angle to deny it. Again, don't give this man too much of an angle. We know what he can do with it. The problem is this crossfire. He needs to isolate immediately. And he's not even
Nice. Nice catch.
They need everybody online. If you're see if he keeps firing up. With 2 rounds in this
Why
now,
should we believe in
operating
Lev?
for
They got 2
Social.
downgrades. Damn.
Sat back waiting.
Why'd you stop Baldur's Gate 3? Burned out or stuck somewhere? Just the VCT season started. PoE 2
In the
early access release, so I wanted to try that, and then the VCT season started.
Quite regularly. That was what slowed down
I
the
hope to
stop
return to it at some
from
point, but
just a little bit of extra
I also
time.
that is a game where I don't feel like I can get in the mood where I'm like, oh, I'll stream it for like 2 hours today, and then like another 2 hours, 2 weeks later, something like that. I feel like I would want like at least a week's time each time. So I'm finding it kind of hard to find a nice timing.
Ultimately wasn't capitalized on. Oh, that's through the door.
down early. Yummy's got to be careful. He's still in his drone, but eventually will be out of it. The problem is they're already looking out of this round. He needs another big individual play. If it's going to turn, and he does well. Be careful.
Oh, that's
I mean,
blocked.
BBL's
Just a little bit of
talented.
extra time. Ultimately wasn't capitalized on. Oh,
Wait, what the?
Just a little bit of extra time. Ultimately wasn't capitalized
Dude,
on.
he just counter spammed him, yeah?
Just a little bit
But why did Levin
extra time.
wouldn't have seen anybody?
Ultimately wasn't capitalized. Mike would stop the round, right? They've been putting it down on B quite regularly. That was what slowed down the spike, what stopped them from planting what bought. Just a little bit of extra time.
I'm just not sure if it was meant to be a bait or if he misclicked.
Ultimately wasn't
No, maybe he was just trying to spam through in pre-fire.
capitalized on. Oh, that's through the door.
Down early. Yummy's got to be careful. He's still in his drone,
Oh,
but eventually
nice bait and
will be
switch.
out of it. The problem is they're already looking out of this round. He needs another
Yeah, but he
big
still gets the
individual
2
play.
here,
It's
which is
gonna
crazy.
turn, and he does well. Another double. Sociable could.
Oh, this is the shot you guys are talking about?
And he does well. Wow. Another double.
Oh, the tracer definitely, yeah. But I do think his shot, he does overflick to the right. Yeah, I think he slightly overflicks. It's right below, but then he also yeah, it's No, this is the right. No, I meant the flick was to the right. That not Benji Fishy goes to the left. Well, he overflicks to the left, so then he tries to correct himself. Well, he's not overflicking. He's trying to cut the corner, and then he's like, oh. And then he flicks to the... I mean... This does look real sus, though. Because this is where... He must have... moved though. It's that or it. Yeah, it's either that or because of the scope out animation, he actually shot when he was. The shot actually, his click actually went through when he was flicked to the right. No, I don't think so though, because if that's the case, I think it should have hit. I think if it's when he corrects, if the shot actually went out when he corrects to the left, then I would argue that it should have gone through. Because his scope was on and the tracer's on as well. So you can't have both be inaccurate. No? The bullet is to Benji's left, which would mean that it's to Sociable's right. Oh, the bullet hole is from our viewpoint to his left. Are you guys saying that's the bullet hole? I'm gonna be honest, with this quality, I can't tell. The cast is funny though. Yeah, it does look like it's a new mark that appears.
He could have evened it up. Instead, though, well, Benji is going and he is killing. Another round on the board. Heretics.
I mean, I'm sure they'll show it. Yeah.
They are now fine. Maybe you want to slow things down. Take a breather. I've seen our timer in game freeze. I think that's what they've done. I think
Oh, I would love to see it from his point of view, not Benji's.
Let's just play passive. Yeah, no, hopefully not.
Yeah, I think you guys might be right. I think you guys might be right. I think that the bullet mark might have been the bullet mark, which would mean that he overcompensated to the left.
The defense for this one. Not a lot in terms of weaponry, but a lot in terms of their.
Well, this is just a hard read on the eco, right? They're gonna push out. Let's drone nice and early. Punish them. They have the read, but you've already lurked all the way to A main, so that's not where they were. It's a good rotate from BBL. It should be an all-out fight. Heretics should win. Maybe not. No, I don't think this goes overtime.
This could be onto that B site with early drone control. Instead, they are taking space, using that guided early drone control. Instead,
I am liking the set. Wait, what the? Oh, that was the Nova pulse.
B site with early.
Okay, so you 0 point, so they can't get out.
Instead,
you tag the Yoru, and then you push them away. But these are good salvos, right? It absolutely clears this corner, and then he like barely connects it here. But then if you're standing next to this wall, you get Nova posts. It's actually quite intricate.
Just to remove any of the aggression.
Just guarantees that you're getting through here safely.
From this spot in the round. The question is though, do BBL continue to do?
I'm liking the fact that Rien's is like half of the rounds he's using it off the rip, both on defense and attack, to just zone clear and take early control of A main, and then the other half they wait and use it as a reaction to delay.
If he rounded that corner, he was dead. There were 2 players, 3 in fact, if you include Mini Boo, holding it now.
Yeah, I don't think tracers. Yeah, I don't think tracers actually show the full bullet path.
Claiming this pick would be huge.
You know, it's a good estimate for where things are coming from, but that's not how you should gauge if the shot hit.
There's the shot. Immediately gets out. Doesn't overstay his welcome. It's good. No punish from Mini Boo until now.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Re-aggression as
I
well.
mean, it does seem like BBL's defense is much more reliant on having positions with the Euro and Chamber, getting a kill and TPing out. Okay, 20 seconds left.
There's only 20 seconds left. If they wait this out, they could be in trouble.
They know they have to go, but now reinforcements are here. Mini deals with them in an instant, and Prophet falls right after.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man.
Victory. The 15-11 on the board. We talked a big game about BDL's Pearl, but this would cripple on the board. We talked a big game about BDL's Pearl. But this would cripple your mental game to lose like this.
Yeah, the double peak. Yeah, no, that's unfortunate. And then Prophet was just like full on only going to backside.
It's the way that Heretics are looking at the beginning of kickoff. Can BBL find that last little lease of life?
I think Team Heretics just controls the macro really well here. Good timeout to stem the bleeding in the first half and then to keep things up.
There is nobody to fight. 4 players now making their way down B long.
But just they basically deny the early peaks that the Euro and Chamber wants just enough times.
Hunter's Fury won't find anything. Heretics just waited, and now they step in to claim the space that is essentially being given to.
It is a very good comeback.
Sure, the wall goes up,
but it just seems like
it buys them some time. But unless they're gonna,
it was just on point just a bit more.
Have that much impact. Boo around the side is huge. That's a triple from Boo.
Well, actually, maybe not. Maybe it should have gone overtime.
To make this work, to keep them in.
What the heck?
And they're hiding away. They're not giving him. He was right, but that is essentially being given to them. Plant secured. Sure, the wall goes up, but
And they just don't assume 2 people back a site.
They're gonna start this diffuse right here and now. It won't have that much impact. Boo around the side is huge.
Yeah, not well enough.
From Boo, back alone.
Unfortunate. Do you play Mobile Legends? Never have, but you know, I'm not against it. I just never have. Give me 3 reasons I should try out Mobile Legends. I think this one's worth looking at deeper if you want to learn to play this comp well on Pearl. I think they played it really well at a macro level, actually. Yeah, it did look like it was Yampi's like goal to clear backside, but what is this? Oh, the link's like broken on Caster Labs, dude. I'm just gonna have to play it not on my main PC. Download this mod in which it can make every active party member AI aggressive, in which I can have everybody in the party participate in the fight. What the heck is going on in this clip? Everybody's just non-stop fighting. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess it's out on PC now, huh? It's similar to Valorant. Graphics is good. Teamwork. Similar to Valorant. You almost had me. Similar to Valorant? Listen, I don't not know what Mobile Legends is. You can't just come in here and straight up lie to me. It was a nice try. No, I respect it. I respect it. No, I respect it. It's a nice try. It's a nice try. Chat, before we go into the next map, let me run some ads and let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. We'll turn on some music for you guys so you guys aren't bored out of your minds. But it's good. You should try it. I mean, I might. I don't really have anything against it other than time and space on my phone, really. Speaking of Mobile Legends, bang bang. Brought a traditional Korean cookie. And if you ask me what it's made of, I couldn't tell you because I've actually never cared to find out. Potential Battle Fantasy League. Fine, we can check it out. This is the Fantasy League, Valorant Fantasy League that what is that? TMV's mods. We couldn't at least try to just copy this font? What is going on here? It's a honey biscuit, right? Is honey the main ingredient though? I don't think it is. There is honey in it, but I used to hate hate these as a kid. But... So how do you do this? What are the rules? Players must create a team with a budget limit. Each player has different prices based on their stats. You do it each week, okay? Bench spots must be filled even if they don't have a function. What? Some players cost 0. What? Only the high scoring game counts. No leaderboard. Seems obvious, but do not choose players who do not play in the given game week. If a player is missing from the roster, there's some breaking game bug, notify me. 5 kills, 2 points. 4 deaths, -1 point. Huh. So what's the max VP? I just said it randomly? Wait, how does this work? You put him in a McDonald's uniform? The fudge! Holy cow. That's messed up. Wait, but what's my max VP? How much can I spend? Oh, it's locked. I guess because EMEA already started. GG. Can't make a team. EMEA Centric Fantasy League. GG. Biased. Invalid. Wait, where does the budget say 100? Where are you guys seeing budget? Oh, what? How'd you guys find this? That's crazy. You guys have good eyesight. No, I just didn't expect something so important to just be in regular text under another piece of regular text. That's crazy. That's terrible UI. I mean, listen, we're not here to judge this by UI. Obviously, they're trying this for fun and it's an alpha or whatever. Yeah. But it is bad UI. I'm not gonna hate on it, but it is bad. I mean, Yeah, I mean, seems like a cool idea. But honestly, unless like until things are, I mean, even if the VP isn't like super well balanced, unless there's like actual leagues, I mean, I don't really, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not super interested. Wait, but 100 VP and you need 8 play. Why do we need 3 people on the bench? I guess because you usually have the bench for sports. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about the balance of the prices. I mean, I do think it needs to be fixed, but like, I don't really care for that as much. But if there's no league, it's like, personally, what's the point? Obviously, like, they're testing it, so I get that. I get why there's no league, but I'm just saying, I'm personally not interested in it. Personally not interested in it until I can straight up beat TMV and trash talk him on plat chat. You know? And get money for it. Is Artist on here too? Artist isn't on here. Yeah, if they have to be emergency subbed out. Yeah, I guess so. They want the bait out by stage 1. I mean, it's cool. Like, we don't have something like this, so I think it's hard to make it. I think it's hard to make like a really, really good one, but I think it's good to have like just a decent functioning one. You know what I mean? So I think it's great. I mean, I give them all the props. Oh, we have player cards. Damn. This is kind of nice. What is this? Hold on, we gotta tell him to fix this, because this isn't... This has to be AI generated. I don't think this is any official Shin Ramen art, because this is all very Japanese ramen. No, we gotta tell him to fix it. I personally don't care if it's AI art, but we gotta tell him to fix it, because it's a Korean company and a Korean team. You can't just straight up put Japanese ramen on there. Yeah, the Shin character is wrong too. We gotta tell him that for sure. There's technically one, but it's not like this. Oh, like a fantasy league? Yeah, because I swear there was one floating around before, right? I like that they have like the player cards from last year though. Like, that's kind of cool. Damn, dude. FNS at 8 VP? Damn. Zeta got no card. Oh, DFM didn't get cards. Well, I guess the teams without player photos, they didn't get cards. Last. Dude, Lakia is funny though. This is funny, man. They get bonus points for this. What's up, Happy Kitty? I mean, the player pricing and such, obviously they gotta sort this out. But yeah, I mean, I think a casual something like this it's a cool idea once you can set up leagues and stuff. Hey, I mean, if it's him and his mods just trying to make one for fun, I'm all for it. I support it. I'm just not particularly motivated. Pause. Thank you. Oh wait, I didn't even see Margaret's photo. What? Oh, they're trolling. I didn't even see it. I skipped right over it. Unfortunate.
Lotus, I don't know what to expect from, because for BBL and for any team, it is going to be difficult to bounce back after the loss that they just suffered. It is an emotional reset. I don't doubt you come into this map thinking we can win this. Hell, it was 13-11.
That's true. Seasoning right off the bat. No biggie. Oh, just fast. They're just.
Heretics about to have
I mean, this is very telling.
Players right in front of him, and he almost got both.
He's a rat, but can he get anything
Oh,
done?
I mean, they
But a
trade
shot
1
from
for
there
1.
can be difficult.
2
The
for
rest of
2.
the team, the thing is, he's kind of bought them
It's not
time. Just
bad.
by being in that position, spotting that many players.
I like them coming this way though.
And the attackers, it looks
Not
like they
sure if
still want to be
Miniboo heard him.
proactive. Miniboo taking contact.
They're expecting that play to come in this way, where the players were spotted in the spawn. So 2 of the Heretics players go towards Mound. They clear this out. Now they see no one. The nade slows them down long enough that Heretics can now set up. They realize no
That arrow threw me off. I like that they have the telestream available during the live broadcast. I wish we did too, but I do think more work needs to be done with it. Like, when's the best time to use them and stuff.
And the time is already too far gone. Woot! The one to find the last kill, the one to put 1-0 on the board for Heretics.
Yeah, he's been
The casting's been hitting.
We talked about.
You mean Mitch and Tom or me?
Lack of lineups is a thing. Reason he wanted to sort of switch up the roles. To be honest, like, firstly,
It's always interesting to see everyone's map settings.
I don't trust.
Everyone plays with different map settings.
He is going to try and bait you.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I don't know if I believe it. Comfort in putting him in a position where it's like he can be an anchor with his utility, he can set up with his utility, but he can also just frag out.
BBL is just
that seems to be what
on these. They're, you know what? On the ecos, they're like, all right, let's freaking go. Just sprints out with the one way. Just secure the ult orb. We don't see as many teams do that anymore in the eco on Lotus.
Where you have a single sheriff to play with, collecting the orbs is not a bad thing whatsoever.
Pacific got rid of the casting polygamy. Yeah. Wouldn't it have been nice to cast without casting polygamy for a year?
Will be enough to put a dent in the economy.
Just had to say that at least once.
Across the board, we've seen only one player on Heretics have a light weapon. Guardians and Bulldogs filling out the roster, with Miniboo having a Vandal. Now, damage on the Sociable is good. This is Benji's classic. He's almost just a turret at this point as well. Sure, he can
no damage taken.
Kill, but he's just trying to keep this information. And if he goes
and
down,
Benji's just gonna fight.
It's the side itself. So many players alive, some utility still to play with. This could get dangerous. Already,
no, really? They're gonna just buy time from tree first? Really? Oh, they figured out. They figured out how to line up shots for the spike at a crossfire.
And so Heretics with an in-zone flawless are 2-0 in the lead. And also, Tom, by the way, an in-zone flawless.
My last cast for kickoff is going to be the lower finals that qualifies into Masters Bangkok. I'm not gonna riddle it with brain rot, chat. That's crazy. It's probably better for caster as a viewer. I like caster polygamy. Do you though? I'm gonna go ahead and say that I don't think you actually want that, even as a viewer.
On BBL, and in classic form, we're seeing this Raze combination alongside the C's, just to basically stop anybody going in that direction.
But would it necessarily be worse if they weren't rotating? Right? Like, that's the question I have.
Quite an aggressive stance.
I don't think you ever actually get a benefit from it. Because if the casters are good enough, they should be keeping it fresh anyway, even if they are a set duo. I think that's more of a case of the LCK group gets by with it, right? Because most of them are all experienced enough, and you know they all. I would also argue that the LCK casting group generally is more homogenous as a group, whereas VCT Pacific is definitely not, like in terms of style. Yeah, so like I would say that's a case of the LCK group getting lucky with it rather than that could be good, you know?
by Team Heretics, it felt like they really had it all put together.
Yeah, I think this is always the
Yeah, but well, Dota kind of used to, but Dota also didn't have the same format, and I also think Dota casting would have been better if they just stuck with more pairs. And I think the ones who do try to stick with pairs end up becoming better, even if you end up rotating now and then, right? Like it's like if we were doing like a BTS tournament, sure, I mean have fun, right? But during like official league play, I don't think so. It's also not even like, well, it's probably just better to keep pairs. It's like actually terrible, especially if you have people who aren't experienced. It's actually downright terrible to rotate casting pairs. It's actually just like, it just like makes it worse for everybody. Right, but like the occasional thing now and then versus like, especially if the rotations are random, is I think I'm just gonna go ahead and say this, and I am pretty confident in this. I think the positive experiences you've had with very experienced people who happen to work out are masking the downright terrible times and the times where it's just like it actually just doesn't serve any progress, because I would consider that bad, right? If you have casters who just aren't progressing because they're being rotated all the time, as a viewer you might not think much of it, and you're like, oh yeah, I guess different voices, that's kind of nice. But that's like actually just bad, because if you're casting for 3 months and you're not improving, then like that's bad, right? So I would argue that yeah, I think it's more of a every now and then it could be fun, but like that could be done in the off season. And you know, for instance, like Paper Thin and I casted the Gwangju esports series, and like that was fun, you know, it was low stakes anyway, like we can kind of gel whichever way we want and it's all good. But
intentionally putting the pressure on him.
100%. This is a different
team. No, aside from that,
I
basically my point being, for regular league play, I don't think there's ever a benefit to it. It's more of a, it happened to work out and we got lucky.
Like a hot knife through butter. Rians picks up kills. Plenty of ultimates online for Heretics. Economy sky high for BBL.
Hey, what's up, Arya? Welcome, welcome.
4-0 start, but we know what's behind door number 2. We need to see BBL break down that first.
I think one of the most exciting things compositionally with the change is Rian's going back over to an initiator.
Heretics is just
he was playing Viper last time. I think he's fine at Viper, but the second you put him
rolling over so far,
Sova, anything of the sort, I just feel like his damage capabilities go up 1,000,000%. Pacing though may look to change again. Showstopper used immediately. Good
okay, Yampi just accepts his fate, tries to combat the race. I respect it. You didn't really have much of a choice anyway. I mean, I guess you could have gone to Blue Room, but
at this point, it's again a couple seconds in, and BBL have to try to find a solution. Cosmic Divide comes in to make it a little bit more difficult. I love Sociable's attempt at spamming inside that smoke. It's sneaking through the Cosmic Divide. It nearly got him a kill. Miniboo was left on 6 HP, yet still he is alive, drawing breath on that side. Finally, he falls, but the trades come in quickly. And 5-0 before
is this Lotus not as interesting as the Pro? Because the Pro was actually quite interesting.
Against what will be a solid buy, ult starting to build, Rifle's going to be in their best spot here. Let's throw in 3 ults. That was it.
I guess Heretics have always been really good at Lotus, though. Same with Gen G. Kind of the strongest teams we can, you know, the teams that we considered the strongest throughout the year last year were all very good at Lotus. Heretics, Gen G, Sentinel.
Especially on this map, his stuns and his flashes put players into position. You kill him immediately, it becomes a lot more difficult.
That's exactly it.
Chan, should I give Marvel Rivals another shot?
Leading from the crow's nest.
I was watching Shroud play it on his Fragathon.
For Heretics, the 6th round is what they're seeking.
You know?
A much more slow and steady approach to it.
G2 also. G2 does have a good Lotus, that is true.
Start moving back together. The unit is now grouped. The Odin, a beautiful touch. Really, chef's kiss on that one. Gonna try to deny.
I mean, Shroud is an influencer. That is what he does. He influences people. And I am people. So I don't think it's too crazy to imagine that I would be influenced by Shroud's stream.
This swing won't catch anyone off guard. And Boo is quick to deliver. Re-ends in the same boat.
The reason I ask is just because I'm also not silly enough to not recognize that obviously, like, if you're playing with a group of friends that you get along with, it's gonna seem more fun no matter what game you play. But
they've done well from this point onwards, but
it's too Zoomer ADHD pill. Is it? I don't know if I necessarily felt that when I tried it. I mean, I don't know if it's any worse than Overwatch, I guess is my point, but... Ooh, nice re-clear. I mean, a little aggressive. They didn't actually need to do that.
And after a very slow edge of the... As you said, a showstopper here. Oh, I think Wood's actually going to tank that. No, it is just slightly. That means the damage wasn't anywhere near as much as maybe first.
But I guess they just want to try to get ahead of things. But they could have just waited in that smoke, no? Good read from BBL, though. Yeah, what's up, XCO? It's not fun solo.
After a very slow start to this map, BBL are finally on the board.
I saw that showstopper activated, and I was very worried that we were not going to.
It's good if you don't solo queue. Well, I guess I'm not trying it.
And bouncing back in a round like that means they've got
unless, you know, unless other people invite me, then maybe I'll consider.
But it's a start.
Yeah, I mean, I played it for a day, and it was fine. It's just
well, this player here, the showstopper landed a kill. That was his
didn't speak to me enough that I felt like I wanted to invest the limited amount of gaming time I have into it, I guess is the best way to put it.
But well, it looks like this hit is going to come.
Hey, how's it going, Stephen Lee's belly button?
Let's see if this is the start of something for BBL. Last time out,
try out a couple games of the finals. All right, tell me what's changed about the finals though, because I played the crap out of season 1.
Plenty of delay with Vax utility now relying on this site, ready for the push.
Because that game is also not that ideal solo. I mean, I guess no team game is, but you know what I mean? Like, I would argue that Valorant is much more ideal solo than the finals. Wait, didn't they? Wasn't this? Is this the same round where they rotated? Yeah.
Showstopper landed a kill. That was his sec for BBL. Well, this player here.
Oh, Boo jumped. Wait, what? What did?
For BBL. Well, this player here.
Oh, Boo like jumped across but TP'd and he just landed out in no man's land.
The way this is being going, turn the kill. It's a start.
What was the plan here? Where is that Nova post going?
Well, this player here.
Oh, behind. So they mask Nova. I mean, I guess it's only funny because Profic's here. If Profic wasn't here, it's not a terrible try, I guess. Because they were trying to combat the op. Okay, I get it.
Turn the tides in his favor. At least for now, they've denied C main control. But,
no, I get it. I get it.
Well, it looks like this hit is going to come in elsewhere.
Let's see if this is the start of something for BBL.
So it was a fast rotate.
One down versus GX, still won the map.
Only Thunder to push him back. Aftershock. A lot of heavy investment to let them know that we're here.
With Vax utility now relying on this site, ready for the push.
Heretic senses something wrong. Profit baits him in. Has him focus on heaven. So Yampi wants time for a kill. Good hold from Yampi and Profit. That was good. Got a couple of new maps, new modes, and lots of weapons and tech since season 1.
Another 4K. That's PBL up to 2 and
I don't know if that's enough for me to want to go back and try it.
Building off of this was so important.
Maybe. It's not that I think it's a bad game. It's just that I only have a limited amount of time. And I would like to enjoy what time I have to play games, whether it's on stream or off stream. Typical first world problems. Who's your bias team for each region? Bias team. EMEA. Do I have an EMEA bias team? Do I have a bias team in EMEA? I actually don't know if I do.
He's just taken that control. They're going to have a lot of information early. There is nobody on A or B because
That's a good question.
Taken on the map.
Sociable. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm seeing what I like. And now he's in a lot of danger. That
I
door is open.
might
Use the
honestly
ult to try to force them back, stop them from
maybe
pushing. Rienz goes
BBL a
down.
bit
There's a
as we
spam
go
through the
forward.
smoke from back
They
to
have
finds
really
its
been growing on me during kickoff.
What was that? Yumpy does the exact same, albeit in a bit more ridiculous. And now he's in a lot of danger. That door is open. Uses the ult to try to.
Yeah, I don't think I
force
have
them
a
back,
strong
stop them from
bias team in
pushing.
EMEA
Rienz
though.
goes down. I think that was a spam through the smoke from back that finds its mark.
America's.
What was that? Yumpy does the exact same.
America's.
Albeit in a bit more ridiculous of a manner. That forces the lockdown, which has detained at least one.
Well, G2 doesn't really count because they're like
return of
actually really, really good, and that's why I like them.
Numbers still sit in their favor, and someone has to be the one to seek those kills. Sitting on the
Maybe
side, waiting
Loud,
surely
honestly.
as the
I'm a
death
big
sentence the name, corrals them all to the
Kawenzine
backside.
Glazer,
BBL
so
able to group and get a foothold on this
maybe
one.
Loud because of that.
Mood exploits that
Pacific
perfectly.
obviously
Backside
RRQ.
control, maintaining the spike,
In
takes
China,
it
it used to be
further and
FPX,
further,
but honestly,
BBL, the ones
I'm
with
willing to give
pressure
up
on
on
their
them
shoulders.
this year.
An attempt
I
to
kind of
corral
am.
them into that smoke.
I think I'm
The
kind of,
Deep uses
I think I'm kind of
Fishy
done
wins his duel up top.
running with my
They're
bias for
holding control
FPX.
a moment with Boo left to run this
Ooh.
clock down just a little bit further, and he might have done it. He just survives as
Oof.
long as he can.
Half was done.
And Prophet,
No time?
he's got it, hasn't
He's
he?
got it. Yeah.
He's got a little window, 1.5 seconds, just enough. Boo, try as he might, he couldn't buy enough time.
It's one of those rounds that, again, when you have all of the information there for BBL,
BBL
it
seems like an EMEA RQ. What is that supposed to mean?
I think also just the factor of Yumpy's panic as if he
Underrated
was
firepower
to
and good
destroy the
strat.
line. That was his only goal. He was trying to break it with an aftershock and spam a few bullets to make sure it got destroyed.
No, KC is no. KC is not the RQ of EMEA. KC is a bit too creative. RQ does have creative comps now and then, but KC is much more about like playing, very much inventing their own game, whereas RQ isn't actually about that. They work with what they have, but it's a very different vibe. I like what KC does. I'm a big fan of that style of KC, but I would not consider them the RQ. I mean, honestly, yeah, BBL being the RQ of EMEA might be a good comparison.
He's at a 4-piece as well.
Oh, loving.
Oh, they've crossed. They're right past him. He's sticking around, looking.
I like that flash, trying to make them maybe jump back over. It's an NT.
To remove him from this situation. If they swing that corner, Levin's in a lot of trouble. At least you'd imagine so.
Oh, you are so stuck. Oh, you're so stuck.
Stand and fight, or well, stand and fight. He's lost the battle.
Yeah, that position. Once you don't have backup anymore, standing right there in B main doesn't seem so great.
They're turning this back already, just as the plant goes down.
Ooh, wow, that was so quick too. That was a nice cosmic divide.
Even
have a pocket in blue room. Not sure if it's intentional, but it works.
Sociable up in heaven. This is a wide net being cast by BBL. Inside of that net, a little bit thin though, and it's being sliced apart. Team Heretics, they have quickly dealt with that retake. Boom, making it look easy in the door room. 6-3 now.
RQ is doing well against Gen G. Yeah, they were.
Very, very comfortable. Like the way they're able
I honestly just think that that game came down to the habit of winning. I really do. For Gen G, and then the habit of not winning for RQ.
A few seconds apart, and that's enough to just give easy 1v1 fights to the side of Heretics, and that's really not
Because
something
I
they want
watched
to be
it back too, but I think the last two rounds
it is just a factor. If you put this man back on
they kind of play as if they're the ones on the back foot a little bit, like they're how do I put this? They play as if they have more to lose, which I mean I guess they do, right? But if you look at the positions they take, and like Monette hiding in the smoke, and then the operator for the last round, and all of that is very much like, all right, like let's not lose this.
That was 3 in a row for the defensive side, and they may only have a single rifle.
You're gonna need a good coach to break that. I mean, I think they get closer every time, but I think it's a big mental block for them, especially like specifically against Gen G.
round where Prophet got a 4-piece, but even
But
then,
you say Foxy9 locked in, but if you like listening to the comms for the Radiant Asia Invitational from Gen G,
3 rounds left to go in this
something
half.
that and apparently this is something Munchkin does regularly. Like it's like they have like 4 people alive. It's like around just you look at the minimap and there's just no way Gen G is losing this in the post plant. And even then Munchkin on the comms is like just do what you want, I'll clutch it. There's 4 people alive. Like you're not even close to needing to clutch. And he's just sitting back being like, just play confidently, I'm gonna clutch it. And so his players just feel much more relaxed on like taking the confident angles, taking the swing, going out for the fight, right? Because your IGL is constantly telling you like, I mean, worst comes to worst, I'll just clutch it, like no biggie. But like to be told that in a round you're clearly supposed to win anyway is already like it's like positive reinforcement, right? And I think that makes a big difference. When I heard that, when I was watching that comms video, I was like, oh, no wonder. Like no wonder these guys' comms are so good and they always regain confidence, like no matter how things go bad. It was actually like a very yeah, but I mean, did Gen G get bailed out? Sure, they did, but like they almost always do though, right? Gen G consistently like they consistently take the hard road. They rarely stop their competition. Even last year. So I don't know. At some point, that's like no longer them getting bailed out. Sounds like Faker on T1. Yeah, right? Like Faker's always like, oh, like don't worry. And I think that makes a big difference. And I think that starts to build winning habits for sure. But you know, I mean, even in sports, you know, the habit of winning is a very real thing. Like even in just regular everyday life, like the habit of winning, the habit of accomplishing things, the habit of succeeding is a very real thing. And I think it takes a lot to break out of that. And you can tell RQ got a lot better about it because he got to match point and like more than 1 point apart. But it's still, you know, still rough. And then you just watch like basically the last 4 rounds of that game on Haven. Like they don't really seem like they have kind of a read at the start of the round, but they're scared to adjust to it, if that makes sense. And it starts to fall apart compared to the rest of the map, right? Rest of the map they were doing very well in adjusting to it and on the fly calls. And I think all of that is like a, oh, like we can't lose this, like that kind of mindset. But it's funny because technically, because technically Gen G should be feeling that way. Like that's why it's funny, because Gen G should be the one who's like, guys, we can't lose to RQ. Like we always win against RQ. But in their mind, they're like, we always win against RQ, right? So it's like, it's rough.
Showstopper used, fired, but he's deleted right after. Sociable 1v1 that ends up winning. That was one of the most chaotic rounds I've seen.
What are your thoughts on the eliminated teams in Pacific? Who's eliminated now? Do we have 4 or 2 teams? We have 4. Who? I almost forgot. Team Secret. BME good. GE to be decided. Zeta not good. Team Secret not great. That was actually easier than I thought it'd be.
Even still, for Heretics, they're going to look up at the scoreboard and they're not going to care. 8-3 up. Finances further.
I don't even mean that like dismissively. That is just exactly how I feel about these 4 teams.
And Woot has just been domed. He got hit down to 30 through the corner of the wall with a guard.
Imagine some other IGL seeing that. Yeah, but you like Munchkin. Like Munchkin has some stinkers still, you know what I mean? But because of the way they're able to do that just enough at the right times, it doesn't feel like it.
Levin's behind them. You should run. Levin's walking up. They seem aware of it. The timing though.
Okay, do you break the? Oh, okay. Well, now you definitely go for the lockdown. Oh, I like that call. Levin could have thrown the paint shells for the lockdown and waited for the kill, but he purposely, because he saw them go in, he just locks them in because his teammates are on the other side.
This round from a surefire victory. The pressure sits on Boo. He knows where both of these players are, but will not.
Team Secret needs some roster changes. I mean,
on the board for BBL. It's 3 in a row and 1 at the end. It might just
I don't
be
know if that's necessary. Like, I don't know if that's what I would gather from their kickoff performance.
Still see some of the individual brilliance, Mitch, but we'll have to wait and see what they've got.
But I do think they recognized the fast re-clear pacing of the current meta too late. And I think it just doesn't suit them very well, nor their compositions.
BBL ready to down on may stand a chance.
Wow,
But I will say I was a little Wild Oreo did not live even close to my expectations. And I it's really gotten me to wonder if I should go back and watch the VODs of his first couple matches last year, because I thought they were real good. I thought they held a lot of potential. And watching him play this kickoff, I'm like, maybe not. I mean, I'm not saying he's like bad. I just didn't see anything from him this kickoff where I was like, no, at least he's still got hype and potential. You know what I mean? And I'm not even talking like Cushy or Jemkin level stuff. Like, you know, just even like a couple rounds every now and then. It just all seemed very normal from Wild Oreo. So I was like,
For BBL, sure. Boots are on the ground. They claim control of the site, but there's too many opponents to risk a plant. They have to brave the push. Great reveal. Huge, in fact.
Oof, that is a great setup with the 3.
And a 3v2 as a result. That reveal has
and it was 3v3 on site. That's rough.
It seems like this is a map of fades. They've already killed one on the opposition.
Sociable seems really good.
The job done. And now it's left on to Miniboo.
Chobra has come to truth with the fact that NoShim or RQ will be gone. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Do you think I'd be less, or do you think I'd be more sad if RQ lost or NoShim lost, chat? I wonder what you think, because I don't know.
Well needed, a much needed delivery from the side of BBL. And it seemed like it was slipping apart.
Is it even possible to know if a roster change is warranted during kickoff? Generally, I'm against it. The only reason I don't think that's a completely ridiculous thing. Oh shoot, completely ridiculous thing to say for Team Secret is just because obviously their roster changes came end of last year, like middle of last year. So like, timing wise, it's not a crazy thing to say for Team Secret. But from what I saw from kickoff, that didn't necessarily seem to be the case. Obviously, the turnaround of coaches seemed to be a bit of a problem, but I mean, that was your choice, kind of. So I don't know if we can really blame that either.
And that's the thing, that this is where I'm most
RRQ. You think I'd be more sad for RRQ?
The helm of the attack side.
But no, NoShim, because you can't shill for NoShim noodles for 2 months. That's not a bad point.
I've been learning about over the last couple of weeks.
But I just feel like RQ's so close, you know what I mean? NoShim, I'm like, I can wait the whole year. I just started hoping on them anyway, you know? I do think I'd be more sad if RQ lost. I also just think RQ looked better so far in kickoff than NoShim.
Well, the group from
what I gather from all these games is that if instead of cloning May, I just clone BBL, make every opponent BBL,
no doubt there's going to be players
then DFM can win.
With 40 seconds on the clock. Well, they have a choice.
What? BBL's not bad.
On the map. Still traps covering the A and C push-ups. The logical conclusion is B.
Yeah, no, RQ will be another big test for NoShim for sure.
Sure, smoked off, but ready to emerge from it. A third up top. This could overwhelm.
I am curious what they'll play, because I personally would love to see them lean heavier into non-neon against RQ. But obviously, if you're thinking of tournament life, etc., you go with what you're strongest at, which is currently still the neon. I just have a lot of faith that Dombi, like I've seen Dombi not play neon, so I just want to see more of that. But also, I do think the neon is better suited against RQ. So
we'll have to land both. As the timer ticks away,
and then if it becomes the neon comps and neon maps, I actually think like it might really just be the hype. But if it is neon maps, I really think it comes down to if RQ can position Cushy against Dombi. Like, I think Cushy takes out Dombi, like during the slide and stuff. That dude's reactions are real good.
That's really not bad whatsoever. Miniboo as well has already started building up some economy back towards That showstopper.
Have you already watched the Vitality game? No. We watched the Pearl earlier. I haven't been skipping the replays, which is cutting into a lot of our time. We've just been chatting. I've kind of tuned this map out. Because I'll be honest, a lot of it just seems like classic Heretics. Pretty good at this map.
The race clearly. That spike's on its way back. If they do go towards A, there's a lot of danger waiting for them. I was going to start circling the map. Our observers are ahead of me. Boo. Already in. On its way back. Oh, slow and steady wins the race clearly. That spike's on its way back. If they do go towards A, there's a lot of danger. Paranoia's thrown top. Now the element of surprise. Well, it disappears. Nade goes deep. That will do great damage, actually. Mini Boo.
Yeah, that was massive nade.
A little bit more towards the B side.
This is where the Nightfall comes in, but it's been
Does seem like BBL is a bit rushed on this map. I'm not quite sure if that's simply Team Heretics being very aware, but I'm gonna say that BBL is a bit rushed on this map. Not just on the attack, but even on defense.
No chance for any sneaky behavior, and in fact, there's only serve with much value unless he can find himself.
I mean, I think the Pearl was just a really good map. I think Pearl Team Heretics was. I think that's where you just saw the small gap between the two teams. I just think the round macro was just a bit better from Heretics.
When he's playing that initiator, he just looks like maybe even the best player in the world. Like, it's so hard to play against him, setting himself up for this.
But this map, yeah, it's hard to tell if it's simply Heretics just knows how to play Lotus like the back of their hand, or BBL is also a little shaky. I mean, I guess it is Heretics' pick as well, so which is not surprising.
The attack, though, again, have more of a focus on early B presence. Not necessarily taking it, but just making sure that the defenders don't have that information.
A Prowler is thrown out on B to confirm they're not just sitting outside there.
I mean,
side ready to burst through the floodgates of that side. So at least the jump spot.
He's just putting deep smokes.
Heretics one.
So okay. So okay, yeah, yeah. I was just looking at this because this seems like a very similar round where, like, you can wait for info. That's okay.
The attack, though, again, have more
but
focus on early B presence. Not necessarily taking it.
You've taken out the turret, so you've put pressure on B. You expect them to re-clear this at some point, right? You expect them to at least check for information in B. And then your trip.
At this point, they don't have any.
Why did your trip break? Did you call it back?
Have more of a focus on early B presence.
No, he breaks it through the smoke, which is wow. Nice lineup. So your trip breaks and it's through gunfire. So you're a little scared. I get that. But the fact that they're waiting here for any push out here or here already is very.
Of their own. A Prowler is thrown out on B.
It's a very, very passive hold.
There on the attack side, ready to burst through the floodgates.
And yeah, you're spamming the Odin a little bit, but what I'm trying to say is this feels very similar to kind of what I was describing from RQ earlier, where you're not really being proactive about anything, right? You're just trying to prevent stuff from happening. Because the Odin spamming through the smoke, while, like, you don't even know, is he jiggle peeking from here or here? So you don't even know exactly what information they have. You know, off of that haunt, you have no idea. Is someone here or not? You have no idea. So you don't know if you're safe from the door. You have zero information about C.
Exactly. They want them to think there's A control. Heretics want them to maybe walk towards B, but they've already been punished there. What they really want is BBL to have no info and play late gamble into the C side, into the stack up.
It seems, you know what I mean? Like, I get that you're behind, you need rounds, and I get that you want to be careful, but you gotta just double, triple, especially in today's pacing of back and forth and how teams are using their util and how they re-clear space.
There is 13 seconds. I don't know if they go for this. You're running into a site blind through a
BBL
smoke.
put all their
It's
cards
just
in winning
not worth it
Pearl
for
so they
BBL.
could play
And
them
that
on
round
Abyss.
ended
Could be.
before
Could be.
it even began.
I'm just saying.
A perfect idea sold by the side.
If you have to pick one team to support, which one is it? Can it be two?
It's just pixel.
You gotta give me at least two. There are 48 teams, chat. You can't ask me to pick one.
Confirming that they can commit to this stack. That Showstopper can be ready. Wasn't even
1 out of 48 is crazy.
contribution that had to the round was them in comms going Showstopper. Other than that, there was nothing to watch.
Of course you can. No. You actually just can't.
To 6, 4 rounds between.
It's actually just not allowed.
The side of Heretics is looking very difficult.
If I had to pick one team
So now
to
you think, let's
support,
go back to A. They were stacked C. A side should be a little
probably
easier to take. What are
I
they doing?
still
One guy pushing up? No, it's 4 players pushing up. It's flashes, it's paranoias, it's
probably
everything.
still RQ.
And nothing for BBL. 5 players went towards A main. 4 players walk away.
That's the thing. They've
Yeah.
attempted that trap a
Yeah,
couple of
probably
times.
still RQ.
Again, utilizing that Astra utility, dragging
I know.
players into awkward fights.
Surprising
stunning them as they try
news.
and make their way through.
More at 8
Last
p.m.
round, there was no contact. Okay, we got that space for free.
What map do you
Now,
think RQ has
let's
an
do it
advantage
again.
at?
Wait and see if they try and take that control and losing A
I'm
control,
curious how the
it just
Pearl would
makes it
play.
so
I
hard to
do
play
think
Pearl
RQ
with
would
the
have an
defense.
advantage in Pearl, but Nongshim seems very confident in their Neon on the Pearl as well. So I think that would be a very fun matchup. But I think they can prepare against it. I don't know if I think the only trouble with RQ against Dombey's Neon is that like their fundamentals start to break apart and they all kind of just get drawn into the chaos whirlwind, which used to happen whenever they played like Paper X or even Talon and stuff like that. But so far they've been very good at that compared to the previous years. So if they can keep that under control. I don't know about the bind just because that's been the ban from RQ. I do think they're good enough to just prepare something against what didn't seem like a good bind from Nongshim, which is also weird just because that used to be their best map. But Nongshim's sponsorship guy just fell down to his knees. Well, he knows what he needs to do to get me to choose Nongshim in that question then.
That's where we're at. I said earlier, Pal seems a lot more calm than the previous ones. Now he's waving.
Do you think RQ could have won against Shinji if Xfero wasn't sick? I mean, I've thought about that obviously, but I don't think so. I mean, the only way maybe is because they had like a, I don't know, like a 4 to 5 round lead, maybe. You know, at match point, if that had happened, but that's like a big maybe. It's not like Xfero, like he had a couple rounds against Shinji where you could clearly tell he wasn't playing well, but they also just put him on judge duty and they worked around it really well. And Genji didn't actually figure that out like well enough to run away with it, right? So I don't think that was really the case.
They just can't get control of. No, this is Heretics calling a perfect game.
RQ wins if you were I don't know about that. Warwoods and Ewok are both pretty solid. They're like a big reason why I'm a huge RQ fanboy. I really like Ewok as a coach from what I've seen. Obviously, I'm not in their comms, but
genuinely, we need to look into that. The fact that that's the first time we see a B push up, and again, it's like, okay, they call a pause. What's not been working? They can't get A main control. We push them back. They can't get C site. There's always 3 of us there. They probably think there's 3 people playing that side of the map because our rotations are so good. Where are they gonna go? Might be B.
They went B once with an ult. Rian's killed them all. They're gonna think, okay, he won't do that again. This time there's a full setup waiting for them.
Honestly, outlandish.
I mean, obviously Xfero I think was playing much more confidently against Team Secret, so sure, but I don't think so. And even if that's true, like it doesn't really matter, but I don't think so, because it's not like it wasn't like a case of like, man, Xfero just like couldn't hit a single shot that day, like damn, or like, man, he just looked lost the whole time. Like it wasn't like that. It wasn't that egregious. So I actually think Xfero played very well considering that he was seemingly very ill.
Sociable is that disruptor. If he can catch someone, but I'm just looking at Boo waiting, timing him.
That one extra kick from you during attack timeout.
The perfect read.
He's too smart. Something needs to be done about this guy.
Just turn off the Riot recordings. Give me the one timeout with RQ.
They dodged him.
Sure. sidestepping, but look, it's a 5v3. Vac needs to make a big play. Boo is fish. Thought there's no like the door catches his head, and now it's Benji Fishy against the rolling.
Oh my gosh, he overthought it. He didn't. He just wanted to go for it, but he realized he didn't have time. That's unfortunate.
Just again.
Ah, the mini boo, let's go. I've kind of missed that, honestly. It's just so pure. Mini boo, there's something about mini boo's let's goes. They're just so pure.
This is one of the first times we've seen them with an advantage in one of these rounds.
Yeah, it's a job they saved that first, but a kill going away. This round lit a fire on.
That Gaster very late.
I mean, this is gonna end. Does it end here? Kind of want to watch the see. I kind of want to see that split and just see what happened there.
The Loctite with a cosmic divide that has to be pushed through. This is an uphill battle.
They did hear it, I think. No, they did. No, but.
Past the cosmic divide. 13-7. Heretics. They make it look easy.
I mean, yeah, the Lotus was pretty one-sided, I think, actually, even more so compared to the scoreline. But the Pearl, honestly, I think is worth picking apart. This was, I mean, it was good from both teams, but I think it very much felt like kind of a Gen G situation where Heretics, and maybe it's because of that second time out, but where Heretics like just figures it out at the right time. And then the Teo usage I thought was very, very good. Oh, I see. That's, oh, Automon's kind of crazy, actually. I'll allow it. Early Bangkok winner predictions. I mean, the safest prediction is G2 IMO. But let's see if I change my mind after watching this. I mean, both of them are kind of stompy, huh? I am just curious about the split. Like, how in the world? Well, actually... Because it wasn't that great against Carmine Corps. Yeah, that's why I was confused. Because I was like, I saw this and I was like, really? My crackhead prediction for Bangkok? RQ makes it and they lift the trophy. Let's go!
Players, Mr. Fallen and Safe, both IGL and both on the deco. Of course, we do have one, and Foot has some tape onto Vitality, and things are going up to speed right from the beginning. Yeah, look at that.
No, these were Giga Stomps. These I think we play at 2 times speed.
And Vitality facing off, and of course Foot leading into this. So much to be said, but let's kind of touch base on that once we see the conclusion. Fabulous stall coming after the Teo utilities, just allowing so much pressure to build now. Yeah, exactly. The spike still has not gone down.
Wait, they have Pansy casting with Kukuka? What happened to Mini? Nothing against Kukuka. Are they doing caster? Are they doing caster polygamy? Is that what's going on? Oh, Mini was ill. They've casted before several times, though. I always thought it was pretty good. Yeah, I guess, dude, anybody who's just been part of Fnatic once, right? They just can't get away from the sickness. It's rough. It's rough. You missed the Kukuka taking a shot against the VL or 100. Wait, what? Kukuka seems to be very in tune with taking shots at the memes. I've always felt that she was very on point with that. She's very in tune with the times.
You know, we can all agree on that. But what's going to happen with the rest? On the other side, though, I love the fact that the desk was speaking about cracks. Loving him on the KO, extremely special throughout the year last year. And he also was the only player in the world that played KO on Crash. That'll be pretty good at it. Yeah, and he is good, right? Again, this should be a farming round. You are seeing at least
Wait, KO Sky versus KO. Wait, Teho Sky versus Teho KO. KO. Yeah.
Well, there for less. I think that's been filtered back through, but still.
Personally, I kind of. I think I favor the KO. But I guess I'm just really down on Sky these days. Double drone, though? Double drone kind of big on bind.
Zeus got caught in no man's land there. That seems a little bit lackadaisical. Could tighten up on those things because again, Cracks is down low. You don't want to cause too many issues. A lot of firepower is on this Vitality roster, and the plants. Mr. Fallen still has a 5 salvos, and once in, they've gone away with quite a lot here. Cracks needs to be careful. This is good. Clean up through for foot. Kicks.
The salvos were a little late.
And they're doing very well. I don't need to deny the defuse, but still, cost them 2 players. A respectable outcome so far for them, and the outlook can be filtered through. If they want, I think they can recover both Bulldogs. They do. Yeah, exactly. And just looking ahead and thinking about these two teams, like you were asking me, Vitality, yes, they had a tough matchup against KC, but they played very specific.
Oh, it was the start of the game.
We know that they kind of have the upper hand.
Yeah, I'll check it out later.
They spotted some of it. They thought that Mr. Fallen was going to clear safe on that deco. This is where it has to start. Now that Vitality has the counter side.
Yeah. I mean, Steel's probably full time back at
coming with so many ideas and unique plays, and how later on the season that can be less
Mega CS. Yeah, I guess. I mean, Durka's scoreline also impressive, but the kick score, the scoreline, I guess, is the really impressive part.
Sometimes will give you like not very reliable information. Probably one of the reasons why you don't see it on Fracture. And here on Bind, it doesn't really give you the full picture, but he does style a lot. And saw it on the previous round. Trex still taking contact over to Tuka, but it's this safe opportunity in the 1v1 here. Yenajay is one of the weaker links, just with that ghost. Actually, on Cracks as well. This should be the green light. Yenajay's been swept through, and the side now looks vulnerable. Mr. Fallen is here, but that's a
just an instant pinch on their buy round. Not a huge surprise. Good cover. Little bit aggressive, but that's okay. Okay, not okay.
See how badly Durka keeps secure, pick up that vandal again. I wonder if Safe gets one as well. I think he will. Actually, Durka did he might still going to be on the Bulldog, so interesting enough, but they get the first one. Eden was a perfect example.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality G2, based on the current hype, Vitality G2 would be kind of crazy for Bangkok Finals, yeah? Unfortunately, it's not going to happen because RQ is going to make the finals, but would be cool in another universe, multiverse.
That's a huge pick. And Zeus now has been caught drifting a little bit back from side. I think that's potentially the bonus at one point. And again, here going down early, losing out on Chao's control could be an issue. And keep a track on that young player. He's a hot prospect.
Talon in G2 finals. You know what? I'm okay with that. Honestly, Talon making Bangkok would mean a lot. It would mean a lot for those players and the whole community, the whole Thai community. Why was no one even watching that peak? Foot. Damn, yes. Holy. What the hell? Dude, RQ's looking good. EDGG too? Yeah, I mean, EDG looks hyped too. Yeah, and the reigning champions, yeah. But
as it stands, I'm looking at if Captain gets an opportunity.
I mean,
but mainly the standouts, this man right here, Zeus, has the vandal.
I wonder, yeah, I do wonder how. I feel like EDG's gonna look really good at Bangkok. I do.
Going from someone like Team Liquid's duelist to someone like Durka is a whole different world, and that is why he's good for a second. Now there's a bit of danger. Crash trying to fill the void, but he gets dealt with. Good spacing from Vitality to not let that vandal get too problematic. Let it fall into the enemy's hands. So and at some point, it's massive enough. So
a foot just can't block these executes.
So what's actually doing though? That's the question. So clearing through showers with drone. Good to see Flash and sees race. So 2 players aggressive. Cool. That's a little bit of a note. There, so clear showers.
And now they're just playing far behind because they haven't been able to block it. They don't have the greatest comp to block, I guess, especially because we're so used to watching Double Sentinel for so long now.
Rotating back towards B, that uncertainty is certainly present in their minds. Now Zeus, that's better. That's what we're waiting for. See this young gun warm up into this. Deals with Durka. That showers control, taking the box. Now what does Vitality do? Presented with a 4v5.
Yeah, fast rotate off of that as well. Now that you have showers control, Mr. Fallen just trying to wonder. Okay, nobody on the lurk, so he focuses back onto B. Love to see it. Salvos have been used. Oh, and the stun as well. So he was just waiting. Oh. Depends on which nobody. No, I think we're going to get the cracked nobody at Bangkok.
He's making the calls that he's making. On all of these rounds, the way that, again, they're working the map, they're dealing with the utility that they know are going to come in front, how they're needing more or less seconds in a very difficult situation. And again, they're not going to be scared of taking the duel. because it's safe. Like, most of the time he's going to win. He's cocky, he's confident, he's got it all.
Nice, guys.
It's a scary thing when you've got someone who's like IGLing like this, who's kind of playing the Tejo role to an extent, and yet he's got that firepower. But I like what we're trying here. Get proactive on the pistol, try and do something. And Zeus as well gets away with 2, but he's still silver linings. Yeah, totally.
Oh, and the rotate. Nice and safe. Like it. Love to see it.
Get the timeout, you also give it to the other team. Vitality has a lot of ults coming into play. Even Faded also a minute to discuss with them what they want to do with the round. Could work for them. So be very careful when he has the timeout. But after 8 rounds and not getting a single gun round in, Zeus is going on the operator. Could this be a solution? And it's been dropped out by Craxus.
NA has insane IGLs. EMEA needs IGLs. I think Issel was talking about CS, but I wouldn't know who's IGLing these days in CS, so I couldn't tell you. Honestly, Giant X. Oh, what?
I love this response. It feels way more all in. You don't even kind of splits when there's an op up against you, because it just gives those opportunities for those picks to come in.
Okay, so drone in from here. You see them standing in the middle of sight next to the 2. Armageddon comes in, just barely covers, so you can actually hide in the back of sight. That's... He was just sending his salvos out too. This is great. Actually, there is space here. The minimap, it looks like there wouldn't be, but there is space here. But either way, you'd be open. So Durka gets kills here or here. They have to be on the move. And then you've made a stun here, so they can't actually get out if they're trying to wait until the last minute to fight against Durka. And Kix comes out at the exact same time for a trade. It's a good execute. NRG versus DFM for the grand finals of Bangkok.
Look at where the spike is. There is a chance that Foot can still do serious damage.
You can't see a single Pacific team winning Bangkok?
There we go, getting too confident. Zeus gonna at least find
really?
Kicks right there. The 1-2 punch, the spacing.
I think on paper, I think if T1 like clicks better by the end of the tournament. Or I think there's a chance Gen.G could. I think Gen.G will has a good potential to wake up for Bangkok if they make it there. Whether they make it there is a big question. I'm still leaning towards DRX for this matchup, but honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I pick Gen.G, honestly. I know I said DRX on Plat Chat, but maybe I go back on it because there's something about that Gen.G team and the way they prep.
Into that operator might be coming out, but going for that all-in sight hit, utilizing those ults, as said, that safe using his to kind of force them either forward or stay and die. Durka then ready with the show.
Bangkok finals is going to be RQ Gen.G.
Now, I think at this point, they got to.
Can you imagine? Somehow they both make it, and then it's just... Oh my god. I'm just tired thinking about that. It's never going to happen, but I'm just tired thinking about it. Yeah, can you imagine they finally reach an international, still have to face Gen.G? Which would imply, by the way, that they would have had to fight in the grand finals again as a rematch anyway.
It's time to slow something down.
I was not ready.
You've got to find a solution here because
they faced each other 3 times in Bangkok.
2-6 is still workable.
I don't know. I think the narrative around Autumn is a little bit. I think it's a little bit focused on the wrong thing. I think there's a chance that if they can't get their stuff together, that there's a better chance that the narrative might be that they need a different coaching staff around Autumn.
And they've had great reads. The calling from Safe has been really solid.
I'm not 100% certain, but
now let's see what the timeout looks like. Is there any tangible changes to our eye here? Vitality can take their time. You can see how passive.
No, I'm a fan of Nongshim. Well, hold on. We need to clarify this. I'm a fan of Nongshim. If you asked which team am I the biggest fan of out of the Korean teams, it's Nongshim. But DRX versus Gen.G is a very, I think it's going to be a very fire matchup.
could have been a problem. Durka doesn't take as
Sad
much
part is
damage
either
so far.
RQ
He
or
might
Genji
be
makes it. You don't think both
chipped
make
up.
it? I mean, if Genji beats DRX,
And now we're gonna
there
see
is a
the
world.
turn of events, right? So that pressure towards B
if
long,
Genji
TP,
beats DRX,
through there.
I
We
think
have
they
Showers
beat either
control,
T1
they
or
start to build
Talon,
up. Now,
honestly.
what's the response? So they're trying to paint a different picture.
Which isn't
They
to say
still
that I think if
have
DRX beats Genji, they beat either T1 or Talon. That I don't know. But I think if Genji beats DRX, they're beating either T1 or Talon. Like, I think if Genji beats DRX, I think they're going to Bangkok.
Yeah, exactly. And just look at the right side. Kick still has his ultimate, less as well if they manage to get onto side. But again, almost 35 seconds left on the clock, and Vitality needs to make a decision.
But I like this positioning from Trex. It was a good opportunity to go for a little bit of a pick there, but they don't have much step towards A. They don't have Showers control anymore. They don't really know too much, but it's pulled the play over.
Genji have 2 IGLs, so the mid running is going to be on a different scale.
Exactly what's going on, but great.
Yeah, the biggest question for Genji is actually, like, you could tell that Yeoman knew that if he was fragging better, that they might have won harder.
There's going to be the focus towards CT, so let's
Like, you could, it just showed on his face.
fantastic call in there. Beautiful work doing Durka and kicks.
Let's go easy to that Vitality.
It's that. And that's crazy. Anyway, here we are at 7-2. A real
If RQ managed to fix their Lotus and Abyss, I think they make it to
But
Bangkok.
has just been back and forth
Yeah,
the whole
the
time.
Lotus is fixable too. The Lotus is fixable, I think. I think it should be
Zeus is one up
fixed.
from ult, 2 away
Now.
from the captain, but
See, Vitality's just waiting for it. You know, at some point they're gonna get aggressive again. They did on A short a few rounds ago. They have all
No,
the
I mean,
time
Yeoman had a
and
terrible
money,
rookie debut.
and
He
everything
did.
seems to be
I mean, he
working
was
for them.
fine the first map, which is funny because he was doing fine the first map, but you know, they lost that. And people are really only remembering the Haven, to be honest, and the Haven was not good for Yeoman. It was not good. I'm a big Yeoman supporter, and there was no shielding him from that map. That map was a rough one for him. That was the only way to put it. It was dreadful.
You're absolutely. How is safe here?
He's everywhere.
Truly. Look at this guy, just waiting. Zeus has no idea. The second he tries to get too close, Trek's already going to take away J. And look at it, Duck can just toy with him.
But look, like they don't take unnecessary
Oh,
risks.
dude. Oh my gosh. They're straight up solo queue toying with him. Dude, Durka just straight baits him with the gun barrel. Holy. Vitality really is
This is a
clicking.
very impressive display from Vitality in my
Yeah.
Oh my
I think
gosh.
their foot is already thinking about their attack.
No, I still believe in Yeoman. I still do. But I hope that he can also not put so much pressure on himself. Like, I hope, you know, Munchkin saying stuff like, don't worry, I'll carry. Like, do what you need to do. Like, apply, like, he takes it upon, he applies it to himself too. I think, you know, him being the oldest now and the experiences he has so far, and potentially like the, you know, potential comments about age from the community or whatever, like, I think all of that potentially getting to him it could affect him. Now, I don't think he's one to have a bad mental, but, you know, the stage is different, so who knows.
His man in the end.
Whew.
That's clean from Zeus.
The tracking through the wall.
Finally, but have the upper hand here. How long can they get to keep it? Do they get to keep it? Out of captain, run for your life. There we are. Get out of there.
If one makes it, the other is definitely going to between PaperX and DRX.
He's got to be careful here.
Possible.
Zeus is on guard.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
Snuck in and got the spike. Oh, but Les, he's so sharp. And now Krax is in that awkward predicament, right? He's 3 HP. He can't have an extended fight. He's got to try and catch him on the run. Now you're going to see that ult going to come through, give Les a little bit of a corner to play from. Krax just spraying in wildly.
Korean players seem addicted to the pressure while also kind of having questionable mental. I mean, I think that's just how Korea is. Is it a hot take to say initiators in Pacific Frag relatively less than other regions? Not. I think it's a. Well, I think that's too specific of a take, but I think it's not a hot take to say that Korea generally has weaker initiators, especially recon initiators. Not Korea. Did I say Korea? Pacific. Pacific really doesn't have many great recon initiators. I would argue that Kushi is like already the best recon initiator. Yeah, I don't know. There's supposed to be 2 messages attached to that YouTube link, but Fossabot's just like, here's the link, take it or leave it. I'll fix it.
know exactly what to do. We take Shower's control and we put them in an uncomfortable situation. Perfect scenario also for Les to use
Most
this
IGLs
ultimate.
being initiators.
Honestly,
But, like,
I'm very happy that he's having the performance that he's having.
Nice, good
'Cause
job.
people
Hey,
say it
guys,
was a little bit lukewarm.
Wait, who else is a...
So I'm really happy
Damn,
that he's
safe in a very
confident and,
calm,
he's been
positive
always really
reinforcement
vibrant
comms
inside.
replay?
And the value of his kills can't
Vitality
be
truly is
understated.
clicking.
It's been so high impact.
But who else
I
is
think
a
it's
recon
important to potentially Durka as
initiator,
well, but
IGL?
the value on its own has
thick
been,
as well.
yeah, exactly. It's been so impressive.
In Pacific.
I wish I could give the answer of what Foot should be doing. Mini, get to work.
No, Francis. It's Francis on Nongshim. Jesse Vashes. And then I guess the two Japanese teams?
That little bit of aggression felt good. This is the first time they've had a pick and no trade for what feels like a lifetime.
Yeah. And Vitality almost every round just taking control of that B long. Just fighting for it. And
It's
just
only
waiting to
3,
wait on the
right?
right timings.
This is timing.
Because Cushy isn't. Munchkin's not a recon initiator, not mainly. T1 is Stacks.
So still a man disadvantage here for Vitality.
So,
and a
I mean,
match
he
that
is an initiator, but generally he's not the
in a
recon.
position they may not know
Right?
about.
That's going to be on Izu,
The other side of the map.
but he flexes around.
This feels
DRX is back to Mako.
30 seconds.
Just
Trying to force them out, trying to force them duels, but clock's ticking. They need to get that spike down, and if Trex wants to fake this, he needs to start making some noise.
so they're all going to come down. The knife comes
Yeah,
down.
so I don't think that's the excuse that Pacific has. I just don't think there's many great recon initiators. Yeah, Zest would have been one, but obviously he's not playing anymore.
This is massive, but where does the plant go? Does he
But
go
even
for
back
the
then,
default?
I think like Zest would have been one of the better Sovas, but I don't know if I ever really felt that he had the same impact as like, and maybe this is because DRX has never lifted an international trophy. They're not about to win this round, are they? That's not a very good ult.
Trying to succeed from Showers, but he's down to just that bit of util to try and stall out. So many bodies up against him. One to the left, one to the right. He's got
No
so
way.
much on his plate.
No,
Surely
oh
not.
my.
He made a damn good go. But just about
But and maybe it's because DRX has never lifted a trophy, but like I'm thinking back, I'm like,
we could
do I think I would have ever put Zest in the same lineup as like Leo, Saucy, Crashies? I mean, Leo's I guess a cut above everybody, but you know, and I'm like, I don't really think so. I think I would always argue that he could be, but not
If
quite.
you find your way of making it work, if Save finds a way to be as proactive as he's being, taking so much responsibility and making it work,
Crystal is also a secondary IGL. He's not the main IGL.
they can do.
truly. And speaking of the
Yeah,
back,
there are a decent amount of flash initiators. That is
majority
true.
of them coming towards him. Does he stand and fight? He does, and gets overrun here. Couldn't slow down the roll by any means coming out from Foot. So this is now going to open potentially.
But
the
Ivy has the
stuff.
potential
Do
to
they
be,
try
but
and
so
work
far I would
back?
just say like out of recon initiators, like Cushy is by far on top in Pacific, I think. Flash initiators is a little bit of a different story. I mean, I think Munchkin, you know, obviously can, Stacks can.
Turns around, lovely from Yedajay. This is really quite
Stacks has a
impressive. He's gonna
little
fight
bit of
right up.
reproving to do at a world
Now,
level, I guess, but
does manage to pry away Mr. Fallen, but forced out of position and Foot looking solid. Already Trex left in a 1v4, no chance in hell.
it's so hard. Are we counting Devi as an initiator? I don't know. Are we counting anybody on paper as an initiator? I'm not so sure.
And it didn't translate too much into the half as you're saying, but this is a different face of Foot. It doesn't matter what happened in that first half.
You'd have him
If
with
you're
Crashies,
gonna
but
be
not. Well,
this determined to
I
make
still
it
hold
outside,
Crashies at a very high level. I know right now Fnatic is looking not so great, but
manages to isolate the fights, how we still have things to play with and for during the post plant. Yeah.
Need a bit of that. I mean, you've been in a drought of rounds, right? That was how many back-to-back, like 9 rounds back-to-back for Vitality. You're not going to be feeling pumped up. So that's big stuff.
4-man stack on the eco, and then immediate. Oh, because they just hear the.
Trex was left on his own
And
here.
Trex is just
The
gonna
rest
stay on
goes to the stack
site.
towards B, bit of a gamble, not a problem. Don't mind it at all. But
Okay, they send the salvo in without. Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake. Huge pop flash though.
Close forward. Mr. Fallen gonna make up for that though. Keep this secure. Keep trying. Well, try and keep this safe. Kicks is feeling rather ravenous about it. Is gonna close down,
Ooh.
but picks up the prize
Kicks.
possession. Now, does he get to keep it?
Oh.
Does he get to win it, Lauren?
Wait. He's got time.
He's
on
got
this
time.
one. But you look at who's in the post plant. Surely, no, wait. There's no molly for Ada Captain. There's only a flash left for Cracks. There's still a chance in there.
What?
Kicks! Are you kidding me? There's a chance, but it gets nullified. But damn, that was way too close.
What in the world?
Yes, Ada Captain is going to be able
Damn.
to save that Phantom, but that already looks different to that first half. Definitely the individual level is there. Some very good kills also for Zeus. We were thinking about how he was going to match up, and even with the score looking the way that he is, he's still...
I mean, they didn't have that much time with
He's still pushing, he's still looking for those duels.
with Crashies.
But right now, as we
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was fine. I thought Fnatic... I mean, I think Crashies individually was fine for their first game, and then also I think...
And Vitality's
I don't know. I had hopes for Fnatic, but their current performance isn't shocking to me, I guess.
Especially, have you seen when it goes really slowly as well?
Weren't we watching the Heretics BBL game? Yeah. No, we finished it. The Lotus was a bit of a just textbook Heretics. Oh.
It's Kicks again.
Kicks, man.
Fantastic from foot. They've taken what they wanted here. A good push
Love
on
the
site.
smoke on tube as well for the flood back in.
Oh, he's made an
Well,
absolute
not so
dog
much,
stare of that one.
not so much
Nicely
the
done from
follow up with it.
Them taking the time, working the map, trying to get a little bit of information to maybe get Foot to burn some utility. Foot's just sending it fully, and you would think that a team like Vitality, especially after playing against...
I mean, Kicks is looking
the rest of the
broken in this
That
match
I
so
wanna,
far.
touch base with you on. We do have a bit of a mixed bag. We do have the Bucky out for safe, shorties and sheriffs. So not
Do you think Leo can
not
return
much
after a
to
year
write home
hiatus?
about. But
I mean,
give me a little bit of theory on that then, Bayer, because it was something we were talking about. before
I
the
mean,
start.
Yes,
only he knows
exactly.
that, really. But it sounds like he's still playing in his spare time. He's just not, you know, confidently well enough to consistently be competing. So,
Sure. For now, we're seeing how Foot want to approach this, right? Because you want to obviously avoid any sort of stack, any sort of silliness, any cheating.
that's true. Zest took a medical break and he came back and
what a tempo change.
he was looking better than ever. So who
Fast
knows?
and Furious now. So meticulous. The spin-off series. Oh dear, that was almost like a jump scare. But Trex going to be dealt with. Safe the
Salvos
next
used to
one
delay
on the line.
again. So far, the salvos on defense are like constantly being used to delay by save.
Right, there is still a bit of danger here. Durka going to start working forward. Okay, done
Not
for.
so much to
Tuesday,
use
none of it
for
is farm.
by any of the
Right,
early zone control.
it's ready. Not
I think and attack
Vitality is big. Really press the more.
on this map, and they were only able to retake 2 of them. So that's only like a 20% retake
You got
success.
the numbers.
Yeah, I got the numbers.
That's pretty wild. Okay, so we've got back into business. What is the change up here for Vitality? Was it just a checking in? Was it just getting themselves prepared? And already player going to be suppressed and dealt with.
He decided to let
Just
go.
getting themselves business. What is the change up here for Vitality? Was it just a checking in? Was
I love
just
that.
getting
Chat, we need to
business?
see more of
What is
this, by the
change up
way.
here for Vitality? Was it just a
The jump and ping? Jumping out of a window and pinging is OP. I still don't think we're seeing great stealth drone usage, to be very honest, in a lot of these maps. I think there's a lot more you can do with the drone. Like, so far, it's all very basic use. It's like, hey, let's send it down. It just gets spammed down in a choke point. Like, I think there's way more you can do with it.
just getting themselves prepared?
Oh, and it
Already
pinged
player going to
safe.
suppress
That's
and dealt
rough.
with. Oh, okay, Vitality. They're like, look, you want to brawl? Sick, we're in. Have you forgotten who we are? Durka just flies in and backhands 2 of them. And a captain in Yellow J like, guys, where's the rest of the team?
There's different ways of stopping the spike to go down. That doesn't mean you have to play within
Yeah, that-
the side. Within the side, you
The
wanna
Kicks
launch
Durka
all
combo.
activity. It doesn't matter. We're just
Very
going to try
good out of the
very good
TP.
call, from Faded there. I'm going to assume. Because I can.
No.
No, it can jump whenever. It can jump whenever. So if you jump and ping, it doesn't like do a second jump, but you can like jump over. So basically, you can have the drone come here and then jump out and like ping here.
Is there a world in which Adacap's
Hey, Fio, how's it going?
back? I guess the one benefit to this situation that we know that sadly they don't is that it is split into 2v2s technically. Now it's quite difficult.
That's
but
messed
timing
up.
actually could work out well for
The
Yellow
drone
J
is
here. The
pretty
angle works
messed
better as
up.
well. doesn't see kicks.
It's a tough competition between the free salvos and the drone. The only thing that's not really that messed up, the stun and the ult, not that messed up, but the free salvos and the drone, pretty messed up.
I like that he's trying to join up a little bit closer with Safe. Can I play?
I don't think he will. I think he gets I think he gets nerfed after Bangkok. I don't know if he gets nerfed before Bangkok. It's such a tight window. But then again, I don't think the timing's ever really bothered Riot from nerfing or buffing, but
very well played there. Timeout called. Next round, they've converted up to 10.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Safe also goes for those picks, but also has what it takes to be like, just kicks, play there. I'm going to bait. He's not going to clear you. Yes, Jetty was ready to
He was
that,
so close.
Yeah, the response has been very good for Vitality. Playing with those Seekers, not leaving this beast.
Honestly, Vitality winning, like if Vitality really continues to pop off and wins this year, it would be kind of sick. Oh, shoot. This was a long one.
That's never on my books.
Yeah. No, I will.
Oh, never mind. It was only like 5 minutes.
Right.
That's not so bad.
Depends on what you catch, especially when you're having this fast executes. If you get like 2.
Chat, how do you scroll through your flex? I haven't even set the flex up. How does this work? Like when they keep flipping?
On what you catch, especially when you're
is that just like an extra button press? What's going on there? Why are people doing this?
You're gonna have such an easy time planting.
Why are we all so fidgety?
Keep an eye on that.
Just work for the post plan, which they have.
Oh, it's just left click. Oh.
We've got the minimal HUD for you guys now. No player cams. There was too much smiling. It's back on. Why is Durka's hand off?
Oh, that was.
Dirk. They just had a still of Dirk.
I don't know what's happening. Okay, so Yedaja's gonna ult out of showers. You're gonna have the deep.
Dude, the push. They're already past the smoke.
I guess clear through that a little bit, but I'm looking at what's happening on the other side of the map. Now, does add a captain here or see? I feel like he's heard something. Something doesn't feel
Not yet. The player cam is there.
Going on, or they have like god timing.
Player cams are wrong, but
there's no sentinels in these sort of teams.
And then there's just on one-on-one missions. It's just full faith.
Yeah, this actually could
Dirk is going all the way around. Dirk is gonna go into the pit from the other side, I think.
It could be absolutely lethal.
Oh, never mind. He's gonna follow the drone.
He's gone for the dog.
I thought they were going super. No, yeah.
If you need to do that, I think they were.
So Sky Noise is still going out on short. And then the showstopper, it pushes. Oh, and then the spider drone to try to catch them. NT on the spider drone. I don't mind it. But I do wish they had just used both a little bit slower for the pit itself. Doesn't matter, I guess.
We want to see a lot from him individually. Do we see it now? Less and Safe, though. That is a dangerous duo, and he doesn't want it, apparently. He might have fumbled this one. He absolutely
If Pigrice lets Forsaken go, do you think all the region will try to get him?
Something going astray as Vitality make it up to 11.
I like the way the Vitality is also working.
I think everyone will contact, sure.
Has been having this very direct hits.
Except for the Korean teams, but
start moving once the execute starts.
If you inspect it, you flip it around. Oh.
I would have liked a little bit more follow-up in the overwhelm that they were trying to do with the utility. A little bit more of that.
Wait, is the Snowflake free as well, or is that? Do you have to buy that one?
And whatnot, but still, it's around the ghost.
Yeah, no. The more I watch it, I was originally thinking I liked Teho KO better, but the more I watch it,
okay, now we're getting
I mean, I will say, Craxus's KO is not as impressive as he used to be. But the reason his KO used to be impressive is much more because he would individually play around his own util very, very well. So maybe actually that does go hand in hand, where I think the Sky and Teho works a bit better in tandem. The double drone is really powerful.
Maybe a little bit more pushing. Looks like a very straightforward execute from the side of Foot. The knife, I think, is going to catch Safe.
Yep. And again, eyes on the map, folks. We are going to be seeing this.
Oh, you got to buy it from the battle pass.
There is no one to keep control of this. So if this was quicker, it could have been a problem at least before. Now there's stall coming in. Speaking of
once again, the same wraparound all the way around spawn.
There is someone around the back there. There is someone creeping closer, surely. Now the timing's going to be
He feels
everything.
it.
This time it's unfair at 1v1.
Oh, a little slow on that.
Has it in the bag. And now they are surrounded.
But
Now
this
there's
time
three
it's a
little
pinch.
pumps.
Yeah, this time Durka
Ready
pressures
with you?
that.
Where you gonna run
And
to?
then they're
Where you
pushing
gonna
them
hide?
out of lamps
In a little bit of a corner
so that
here.
you can get
Zeus
in.
gonna try and play it
It's
forward,
a
but the spacing
I
is
like
good.
that.
It's a trade. Now on towards
And
Crash
Durka just sends himself
again.
in.
The
Kicks is
numbers
there to
are not
trade.
on their
Oh,
side.
dude,
Vitality
kicks.
have this red.
5 opportunities for them now to close their opponent.
Especially because
map
Kicks looks amazing.
And
Yeah,
this
no,
retake
Kicks is
was
looking
almost
real
too
good.
easy to be true, right? We speak about that KO knife and how it had that impact at the beginning, but yes, then those salvos come in. He still has the util. How effective Kicks is being on.
You want to
on
see
this push
Fnatic
alongside
Forsaken?
with Durka.
I
How
don't think
much
that would go down
pressure
very
they put
well.
onto- Like there's not a second that Foot has where Vitality's not trying.
Absolutely pivotal.
I mean, the reason I say they would contact him is just because I don't think he would fit on every team, though. I don't think any of the Paper X players are like, they fit every team.
A little bit more patient. Past 2 rounds, but
I think that's why Paper X is Paper X.
This is literally the exact same beginning of the previous round. The response is a little bit different. We see Foot on the left side of the map.
Not even doing it with a little bit more important how
Late pit, force them to A. So then you lurk to put pressure, and then you get on to B side. What was...
on this? The ult doesn't clear less, but it secures the security on long.
Okay, they put it on Garden just to clear that.
15 seconds now. This is now looking like there's gonna be a crunch.
Oh, dude, I mean, Kicks is just...
And we're being rewarded now. 8 seconds of plant is in. Flash getting there.
He's wrecking him.
Just building up. This is done for. Yellow Jay could do nothing but pray.
Forsaken could? Could he? I don't think so. You see how haphazardly he experiments with his util? I think it's great for Paper X. But I can't imagine he would fit, for instance, on a team like Fnatic. Not that I think they need him, but you know what I mean? Like, I cannot see a world where he works with the Fnatic style in Stratbook. No, I think people were just wondering. Because I think the contracts are running out next year, right? Or something like that. Or people just want to talk about Forsaken. You know, that's all. YouTube just wanted hypothetical questions. You think so? I think Forsaken would be one of the ones that would have the toughest time to adjust. But I don't know. I think Devi and something actually would be okay to adjust to other teams. Well, I guess Mind Freak too. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to tell with Mind Freak. Yeah, I guess Mind Freak would be fine. Yeah. I attribute Forsaken doing that to Paper X philosophy. I would argue that I think he's a core part of that philosophy, but who knows? Who knows?
So I'm happy to be here. I'm very, very happy to be here. We get to see Foot on the attacking side here. Right Vitality, of course, then on the defending side.
No, it doesn't. I'm not saying that Forsaken's not flexible, but he's flexible to play different agents. Doesn't mean that he's flexible to follow different strat books. I think that's a very different question.
Decides to kind of drift away from this slightly.
In that sense, I would argue RB is much more proven to be able to slot into whatever team. But because that's partly because of the way he's been asked to play those agents. But I'm not saying that Forsaken is it's impossible. Obviously, anyone can change. He's also young. But I would argue that that's more of a hope than like we can see that from his games. You know what I mean? I don't see that from the way Paper X
not
plays
really that
Forsaken.
effective for Foot on the previous map. Vitality manages to get the first one.
Do you think T1 is a contender to win Bangkok?
This map. I am surprised.
TBD. We'll see how they look. We'll see how they look tomorrow.
I know that many teams do not like it. I don't care. It's fun to watch. I'm here for the entertainment. But during last year, this was usually the Vitality's second ban until they.
Who do you think Premier would have replaced if Ask on him?
Like we were on
I mean, who knows?
track, so I was very surprised to see them picking out.
Who knows? I don't think that's worth speculating on because I think that just evolves into
Should be an easy round for them. That's just taking a little
blame
bit
shifting,
control of the
really.
mid. He might not spend with 3 players. He's definitely gonna back up now.
Yeah. Durka already gonna find cracks. I just want to see the level that we get from Vitality here, right? Like that's my interest. And
You're rooting for T1 hard? Tomorrow I am casting, so there will be no watch party, but
it just feels like we haven't seen that.
you'll
Like,
find out on the
there's
official
a lot of,
broadcast.
like, one occur.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, hopefully they look clean against Talon, but I do think if Talon, if Talon plays at their peak, it could be a really tough match. But on paper, T1, I mean, they should be on paper, but
And Trex, that was not pretty, not the best.
Yeah, as we were saying, easy control for Vitality over mid. Still seeing the same Viper wall. Mr. Fallen is going to get the spike down, but in a 1v4 situation with that HP and that gun, I don't think he's going to excel.
I think it's not worth it to go to Bangkok. It's better to get third and kick off.
That's not bad. You know, we take those, little silver linings.
In all 100% honesty, that is the meta. That is the meta game with the format.
I don't know how I feel about anything. So
Unfortunately.
Him to take a little bit more of a passive role.
I think that's
Is
just because
Omen
of what
on split specifically enough?
I think it's just more that I come from the school of thought that if you it's such a hard thing to explain, but I think if you're a very, very good IGL, that you need that capability to sit back a little bit. It's even when I was questioning like John QT's role swap to an extent, right? I was question marking that.
I just don't think Talon looks good on a lot of maps. What? Talon looks good on the 2 maps they won. They look terrible on split, but honestly, that was just like that was just classic Talon looking terrible on a random map on a random day. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't so much that I think the comp was terrible or any of that. It was just like they just do that sometimes. Talon just sometimes they just choose not to communicate or think together, and it just happens.
But there's so many bodies here. They've been able to cheat that extra player, get so much focus towards it. I mean, I guess it's who sees who first. And there's again this layering to this crunch in middle. It's just fatal for Foot so far. Just forced into the blender. The extremities were still being held with Kicks' positioning.
Dude, bonus round and you're oh my gosh. It's their bonus and you're just getting Giga stomped. Oh, and look at this reposition from Trex too. Sets it. Oh, and Kicks.
Just walk in.
Did you see him? I think he did.
Oh, the timing Kicks. He's going to at least see out a captain.
Does Kicks go back to A? Because that is... Oh, that is... Damn, that is a call.
In the 25 seconds, just completely separated. Maybe just preventing that plant will be enough. Both Mr. Fallen and Kicks.
Oh, I mean, this is a rude awakening, right?
This is... It's...
Kicks, if you do this...
They don't have time.
On Kicks.
10 seconds left.
Tucked into the corner.
If he gets out the captain.
Well,
oh, well, that's
timing is
no time.
Pretty much key. I don't think they got I think that was enough. Oh, yeah, that is wild. It was
what the hell?
Just to deny the plant was perfect.
Oh my gosh, just outplayed, man. That is... Oh, you know, they just... You know they thought that site was empty too. Because... They saw the Fade spamming from vents, but then they saw the breach going into B heaven. So you think you have the read on them. And Kicks is just like, well, our read is broken now, so let me just throw another curveball. That is... I mean, it's a good call from Kicks. Because generally, you would argue that you should just wait and play the 2v2. But he reads the time.
And the nice that's what we also see Save here, very ready to take that duel if necessary.
Okay, so 1-3-1ing, it looked like initially towards middle. They could disrespect that. Smokes, they're ahead of it. Let's go a little asleep in the wheel. Maybe a second of timing. Zeus trying to be a little tricky.
Wait, what's the
with this,
Termi
and
slander?
he's rewarded. Great shot towards Kicks.
Wait, what's going on with the Termi slander?
But don't forget about Durka. These two just having a brawl here. Paranoia goes out.
Towards ready to take that duel if necessary.
Okay, so 1-3-1ing. It looked like initially towards middle. They could disrespect that. Smokes, they're ahead of it. Let's go.
I was hoping to see.
Timing. Zeus trying to be a little tricky with this, and he's
Holy.
shot towards Kicks.
Well, I was about to say I was hoping to see more of that from Zeus, but I guess there it is.
These two just having a brawl here. Paranoia goes out. Safe
Dude, that's some those are the times when you know someone's a solo queue warrior. Like the instant call to just try to blast back over the aftershock and then you just peek out to take another fight. I'm not saying pro players can't do that, but it's like the speed at which he makes that decision is like that's stuff you see all the time at the top level of solo queue because like you have to survive for yourself.
It's Durka. And the timing not right this time. Crack stays alive and Foot get there first here.
How important was it in this round for Foot to like change the timing in the utility that they were using to clear a mailbox and to just help Zeus get those kills, even though he ended up not in the best of positions because of the time. Him getting this 3K was so necessary. And here in the replay, we finally see what Durka was able to do. But just later in the round, even though Save getting those picks.
Darius does not progress to revolt. I do think that's slander. I don't think that's fair.
And all those ultimates that we
I mean, they've gone through 2 iterations of the roster too. And I do think that a roster change was needed. I don't buy into the whole like I'm not saying 5th and 6th is bad, and I'm not saying that that was absolutely their ceiling, but I also don't think they would have changed if they didn't have a roster change.
That could have just been the absolute checkmate right there. Flies up straight through, takes him away. Now they're investing the ults on top to try and get Yedajay pushed up straight towards heaven. So
I mean, let me just put it this way. If you're going to argue because they've never broken their ceiling since 22 that Termi needs slander, I'm just going to go ahead and say that Paper X getting second twice the year before and then not even getting out of groups in 24 champs would be slander for Alex. So where's the slander for Alex? I'm just saying we have some different standards for different people and it's kind of messed up. Listen, I will always agree with people about the fact that what DRX did with Foxy 9 was not fair. We do not know if that was just Termi, right? So we don't know, but the pancakes and waffles thing, this is exactly the same thing. Paperx hasn't changed their style. They continue to run Jet Rays on Lotus. And then we're not, you know what I mean? I'm not saying we should slander Alex. I don't think we should. But no, but I'm saying the overall, the community, I'm not saying you individually, but a lot of people love to pile on to Termi. But I don't see a lot of people piling on to Alex. People might pile on to Paper Rex, but a lot of people don't pile on to Alex. And I'm just saying that I think that's unfair. I think that's very unfair. And I'm not saying we should pile on to Alex. I'm just saying maybe we shouldn't pile on to Termi as much either. You can argue about DRX, right? You could argue that DRX, like we can talk like, I would love to see more from DRX, right? But like, I don't know. I think we get caught up in how good Vision Strikers was, and we kind of live in nostalgia. Now, listen, like, I know, obviously, DRX also has 3 coaches, right? So who knows which decisions are whose at the end of the day? I mean, obviously, Termi makes the final decision, but I mean, like, in terms of strats and stuff. And then roster, like, who knows how much the management is putting their hand in it. So who knows? But, like, so I'm not saying we should defend Termi or whatever, but it just seems like Termi gets a lot more flack than he actually deserves is all I'm saying.
Kicks. Safe still firing off. It's a slaughterhouse over here on the B side, and it's Durka.
But I would also argue that DRX looks really good right now. Granted, they only played 1 match.
The HP is low. Added captain, do you have a clutch in you right here?
Tell us who to slander. You guys need to put your pitchfork somewhere. Is that it?
Playing this corner. If he tries to step forward, Les should see this. He should be aware. Yeah, high-low setup. Look at that. So impossible. Takes
It's
a
impossible,
lot of
literally.
damage. And there's the gap closer.
Well-
Unfair almost in practice. Vitality.
Is there on B. Doesn't matter what angle he's playing for. It doesn't even matter apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would.
He's
I
going
mean,
to be using.
DRX didn't really.
Even that Vandal
They didn't
haven't
progress
been
as a
impacted.
team
And again, this
last year.
unfortunate
I will agree with
vitality
that.
we were seeing also on Bind.
Obviously, they
Working
made a.
out,
You know,
making them
they
feel
looked
like
better
no
towards the
place to
end,
see
but
for them.
I will
It's
also
just-
agree that that was
yeah, same.
largely
Love
Buzz.
that. I did actually
Just
get
saying,
that was
screw
crazy.
it,
Zeus
and then
the
waking
only one
up.
with a weapon at the moment. Bulldogs out, the rest down to classics and sheriffs.
So I will agree with that,
Zeus has
but
to be an instigator here, but so uphill. You're already seeing less looking confident. Durka doing the damage as well. Zeus is gone. That was your main man removed, and that
yeah, I mean,
maybe recoverable, but it's certainly not safe. This is.
there's an argument to be had about like the timing of Stax's release and you know whatnot.
We saw that during the pistol round, but every
But-
single round they're trying to fight for this mid control.
I don't know if.
Look at what they're doing here.
I think
Christ
that's
tries to make a
like
fight
to
out of
me
it.
that's a different
This is a masterclass from Vitality
scenario,
so
just
far. I want
because
to see Foot hit the
there's so many
timeout.
other factors that could go into that, right?
Yeah.
But
I guess I'm not trying to like bail him out from it, but I also just think if you made a long-term decision because of that, then it's like then we should give them at least a full year, which would be until the middle of this year, and I think it's already looking good.
They have prepared for A. I want to see a little bit more of that control. I want to see J2J still has not found a kill in this map. It's only been 6 rounds, yes, but he is one of the biggest clutchers that we have in the entire region. We need him to scream. We need one of the J2J rounds.
It's bizarre not hearing him behind us. I'm so used to hearing after every round. Don't do that, Bear. I saw those eyebrows. Relax. Okay, back into a Durka. Just
No J2J.
throwing caution.
Oh, I would agree that they've stagnated until 25. I would not. If you look at the game they played, in their first match that they played, I would not against Nongshim. I would not actually say that that looks the same. Last year, kind of, but even last year, I would say, and Champions, I would say that they didn't, because Buzz went like way out of his way, which the duelists usually never do. I don't know if that's actually true. I think the second half of 24, they didn't play like old DRX. Which was the only reason I was willing to kind of get back onto supporting them. Listen, I'm the guy who made the whole cheeseburger shorts on my YouTube channel about how DRX is just trying to play the same thing over and over again. So I'm with you on that for 23 and 24. But 2023 they did that, and I criticized them for it a lot. Now, I think there's a reason they did it, right? Because it's like first year VCT Pacific, and they were still kind of the reigning kings of Korea, and they obviously, I would not be surprised if they felt the pressure to just hold on to it, so they didn't want to make big changes, and maybe even Termi wasn't willing to make big changes, etc., etc. I used to criticize them for that a lot, but 2024, the beginning, obviously, I think the beginning they just didn't look like it. They just looked worse, and then I would say the second half, after Stax's departure, they looked different. Now, I credit that a lot to Buzz, but I wouldn't say they looked the same. I actually wouldn't. No, I said in 2023. I said in the beginning of 2023, they were still the kings of Korea. And I would say, actually, to the end of then, they were still the kings of Korea. They just weren't the kings of Pacific anymore because they lost to Paper X, but... Yeah, I don't know if I actually think stylistically this is revisionist, I think, because their formula wasn't Buzz just go nuclear, because they used to have Buzz and RB just flex around, and they never really let their duelists go out, which is why the whole thing with Foxy9 didn't work in 2023. Buzz still had games like that, but no, I would argue, if anything, I would argue that 2024 second half was just a worse DRX and then Buzz popped off. But I don't know if they're, like, they weren't very, I would not argue that they were very the same set play only if we got the read wrong at the start of the round, we're over type of team. sure. But to me, that's like saying, like, I don't know. I think this is a bit of a revisionist argument just because DRX's base formula isn't bad. They just needed a bit more kick and spice, I think. Well, and up till 24, because 2025, I think the meta is very different. So that... No, I'm not even talking about results. I'm just saying the idea of having really good set plays and then having really good retake strategies is fine. I don't think you need to rewrite it to be considered you're evolving, right? Like RRQ, I would say, is evolving, and they are not drastically changing their DNA. And I would say I would say that G2, I mean, obviously, again, we haven't seen enough games, I guess, with Jongmo, but I would argue that G2 probably isn't going to drastically evolve either, but it is an evolution. Whoa, hold on, chat. Don't pile on. We're starting to, we are kind of piling on unintentionally, and I don't think we should do that. But I think, like, listen, I'm all for the frustration, because again, I was at the forefront of pointing out that DRX wasn't changing their core DNA in 2023. I was very big on that in 2023.
I love how Vitality responded
But
to every single one of guys.
I would argue, as someone who was very big on that argument in 2023, I felt that that wasn't the case in 2024. Now, whether it was because, like, Termi woke up one day and was like, we're going to change things. Like, who knows what the intention was? But I would argue that the result was that it wasn't it. And I don't think it's fair to say, other than at Champions, I think it was literally Buzz just saying, like, I don't care what the game plan is, I'm going to play my game. But I think
they don't have to. They're so aware of what
but actually, even then, I would argue that the team played around that, which I think is a big change.
So they don't need to overextend.
Right? They were willing to do that because they recognized that that was their biggest winning condition at that time. Like, I think that is an evolution of team DNA and coaching, though, right? It's the same as, like if Gen G starts to lean more into Foxy 9 being an anchor and just sending people to him, like that, even though I would argue that Solo and HSK probably don't think that's a good way to play the game because of how successful they were with Meteor last year, if you recognize that that's your best winning condition, that probably, I would consider that an evolution of coaching and team DNA, right?
1v4 situation, not give him anything. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think it's more of a basically what I'm trying to get at is, as someone who was also frustrated about the same exact philosophy in 2023, not to the point that I thought Termi should be slandered, but I was just like, I was getting frustrated because I was like, man, it just feels like DRX really needs to break out of their shell, and they're not. To me, it sounds more like it's a carryover of the 2023 frustration rather than a completely objective view, is my point.
But already there's... You gotta force Durka off this angle. What do you have to do?
No, it could be strategy devolving, but what I'm saying is if that... Okay, so it would be different if that strategy devolved, and then they came into 2025, and they were like, we're gonna keep the same strategy. Then I would agree that it's like, well, now you guys are just holding onto your cards, and your strategy is devolving. But what I'm saying is as a team that was well known to not evolve, if you were willing to just bite and say, fine, we gotta do what we can in this tournament, and we're gonna go with this. And now we're potentially seeing those changes, right? Even in the off season, right? And like even last year, they started playing new maps, new agents, right? Like those are all, to me, very small signs of they're willing to try to change. They just haven't figured out what the best change is.
No, he isn't.
To me. And maybe I'm just trying to look at it optimistically. Maybe. Maybe I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. But to me, that's a big change. Like, DRX being the first team to pick Abyss was like a pretty big deal to me. Because it told me that they were like willing to do what it took to win, instead of just saying, well, this is the philosophy, and if you can't execute it, that sucks. You know what I mean? So and from what I've seen in the offseason and their first game so far, it seems to hold true.
Yellowjay dives in the end and clears him, but look at the time, and look at where the spike is.
Yeah, but this year, to be fair, I agree. This year we have to wait and see, which is why I'm like, I mean, even on Planchet, I agree with Sideshow where it's like, well, so far it's like, it doesn't seem crazy just based on the one game to consider maybe DRX looked the best, but it's like, that was one game against a very unique opponent, so who knows, right?
On the other side, if I'm not mistaken, right?
The ult as well. Sorry, I just got also in love with
DRX
that.
probably looks like the best APAC team. Granted, it's been one match, but they look better than... Right. So, like, yeah, this year, obviously, it's a too early statement. I agree with that. I think the too early statement should be that they look different and they look like one of the best, but obviously it's too early, so... Who knows?
I'm on board.
I wanted Foot to go
Wait, hold on. Whoa, hold on. Who's trying to sneak in this crazy hot take? Hot take, G2 don't make Bangkok. Froster up, we summon you to the stand. Please defend yourself. What in the world? You trying to sneak in this crazy hot take in the middle of a DRX discussion? That's... That's crazy. You don't think G2... Wait, hold on. Are you just saying this to instigate, or do you actually not think they will? And is this just like a I just feel like there's a curse going on? Because this is the most insane statement I have seen in all kickoff. That is crazy. What did G2 ever do to you? Oh my gosh. Holy. Sen will win upper finals and NRG will anti-champ. Are you a Sentinels fan? Is that what this comes down to? Are you a Sentinels fan? Is that what's happening right now? So you're saying G2's still going to beat Lev and Sen is going to knock him down. And then NRG is going to make it through this gauntlet. And they're going to anti them. Oh, you're a Psalm fan. Listen, you know what? I respect Psalm fans. I like Psalm. I mean, I like Sentinels too, just we're very clear. It's just a fan base has a very, very unique characteristic. You know what the craziest part is, chat? I do think there's a non-zero chance that if Sentinels makes it to the upper final, they could win. But I give it 10% based on what we've seen here. Obviously, same thing with DRX. We've only seen him once, so who knows? But what we saw here was really freaking good. So I'll give 10% that Sen could beat G2. I know they played against C9, but it's not even that they won. It's just what they were doing was just really, really good. My hot take is that G2 goes out 0-2. They make it and they're going to go out 0-2 in this. Chat, this is not an open call for your craziest takes that you cooked up at 4 a.m. while sleep deprived and drinking Red Bull. What is going on? What is going on? The G2 glazing is crazy. What's going on with my chat? What happened? What? Where are you guys coming from? What is going on in this chat? What? What is going on? You're sleeping on Sentinels? No, this has nothing to do with Sentinels. The 10% has nothing to do with Sentinels. It has everything to do with what I saw from G2. What? Oh my gosh. Oh, this is crazy. Oh man. What? G2 not making even my mod is going crazy. What is going on? Oh my gosh. Oh man, this is crazy. Hashtag Lev win. Listen, G2 are good, but they got no aura. What? They have Dogamo. You're telling me Dogamo just can't add enough aura to this team? What is going on? We got people mixing up history. We got... What is... And then we got Pyro thinking they're making some hot take and it's only one Korean team makes it into Bangkok. That's not even that hot because RQ is going to take one of the slots. Oh, this is crazy. Oh my gosh. Demon 1 is going to satchel dip jog for real, for real. You guys are insane. Oh man. Oh, this is crazy. Listen, I think Sentinels, by the way, I'm pretty big on Sentinels. I just think they're not as good as they can be, so I think they're still a little volatile. Like, I don't think it'd be the most insane thing if Loud beat Sentinels. I don't. I do think it'd be an upset, and I don't think Sentinels should lose, but I don't think I'm also just kind of big on Loud. But, like, not big enough that I think Loud should beat Sentinels. I just think they can. I'm pretty big on Sentinels. Listen, I get that it was against C9, but G2 just looked really freaking good. And they looked good last year, too. So it's like, you know? Giacomo adds exactly one person's worth of aura, and the rest is still me. No, Giacomo definitely adds, like, at least 40%. Come on, give the man some credit. Man. Oh, man. A Swiss death group. No, they'll get to choose in play. Oh. No. That was Shanghai. It should just be random, actually. I totally forgot about that. No, the whole opponent choosing was Shanghai when there were more teams. I think almost any team can kick small puppies around. This is... Oh, today's stream was a mistake. Oh my gosh. What am I going to do to cleanse my brain before the cast tomorrow? This is insane. The G2 boring narrative? Well, I mean, I think that's on them to dispel this year. And honestly, if they don't dispel it, that's fine if they're still good. Like, it is what it is. From a casual fan perspective, I do think G2 was boring to watch last year. They were really good, but I think they were probably boring. Yeah. For this master should just be first seed versus second seed random, and then full random. Well, no, this year but it was only one match, is what I'm saying. I don't think this year they will be boring, but it was only one match. So same with DRX. Do we not have eyes? No, but you have to understand that people watch games for different reasons, right? And the exciting parts about G2, I get it from a casual fan. Last year's G2 was not exciting to watch. No, from a casual perspective, I don't think they were. From a strategic perspective, I think it was. Well, having clutches, though, and like having a play style that was exciting, I think clutches might make certain players exciting. I don't think clutches necessarily make the team style exciting. I think that's the thing. I don't think clutches really fix a team's narrative for excitement. G2 objectively plays slower, and that means I can go play a different game on my phone and come back and not miss it. Best team ever. Wait, Loud and Emma? Dude, what is going on? Dude, YouTube is going crazy on their own. Twitch is going crazy. I don't know, chat. You know what? I'm just glad we all have different opinions and we're not afraid to speak. I'm glad you guys feel comfortable in my chat. That's encouraging. Honestly, I'm okay with that. I'll take that as a win. Let's get more hot takes in here. Why do you believe in G2? Oh man, are we gonna bring up this game? Is that what we're gonna VOD review? We don't even have time to go through this game. It's because the way they set up it. Okay, one of the biggest things about G2, I think both last year and this year, is that you can almost always tell their intent, and it's very calculated. And I rate that very highly. Now, that it's not exciting, and sometimes you need to be ballsy, which is what I think Chogamo brings to this team. But otherwise, I think that's a very telling sign that a team is very good. They're drilled, they have good fundamentals, and like the entire team and or the IGL is just like super good at micromanaging, one or the other, is very good about understanding win conditions. So I think that is a big part. And then just Chogamo's movement and aim and his individual decisions. Like the times where he makes the decisions that clearly isn't a calculated team decision, it's a calculated individual decision, is what made it seem good.
TP out straight away. They look a little bit dangerous for Valent. That wall will go up just to obscure the view. Explode through Trijit. Not so much work with while the rest of C9 get up. Paranoia on standby.
RQ almost always have a clear intent, and yet they are mediocre. Because they have clear intent, and then their execution just falls apart. And also, oh, you're not even going to get me started about RQ, because I'll tell you everything about why RQ isn't as, just doesn't seem as good as G2. Because last year and the year before, they would have good calculation and intent, and then they would lose a round, and then they would just go like batshit crazy in the next round, and they just all play solo queue, and that's why they weren't that good the previous years. And then this year they don't look like that, which is great, and maybe they'll continue to look better, and I would hope so. I am hoping for that. But you cannot tell me that 2024 and 2023 RRQ made it look like they always had calculated intent, because they definitely did not. They definitely did not. But this year, I would argue that most of the time there's still, I don't see nearly as many, and I'm not saying RQ has a ton, I just think G2 has one of the most minimal like individual what are you doing type of plays. Someone boil the water for the ramen. Oh my gosh, now we've angered enough. You guys have said enough crazy hot takes that you've got first-time chatters coming in here with essays, chat. What is going on? Chat. People have been watching and they've decided that it's just been too much. What have you done to my chat? Oh my gosh. Ay, ay, ay. Apparently 10 out of 10 range bait today. Jeez. I don't even, you know what, at this point I don't remember which one of you said G2 wasn't going to make it to Bangkok. It's crazy. Dude, it's crazy. All right, you guys want to start with a buy round? Let's start with a buy round. Because yeah, pistol, sure, prepped. Yeah, we can have whatever excuses we want.
Weapons rather into the bonus round.
It's just, oh right, it was Frost drop. I summoned him to the stand.
Looking good so far. Strong start.
Thank you, JDG.
To be the best here in America's off-season rounds in that game.
You're gonna tell me you watched this game and you were more disappointed by C9 than impressed with G2? I think that's so crazy.
Debated Rossi look into this new iteration that immediately off the jump.
Stephen Leggy's belly button gifted a tier 1 sub to FR0Stir0P. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
I don't know if I want to thank you for this encouragement of crazy rage bait behavior, but thank you, Stephen Leggy's belly button.
Cloud9 here.
No, you can be both.
Moving on out, but clearing these close corners as if they want to start hitting A a little faster.
But you don't see, okay, so what are we going to do? What is it going to take for me to convince you? Just read off every single action G2 does? I don't even know how I'm supposed to. I thought it was very apparent that G2 played near perfect Valorant this match. This is crazy.
Just beat the bad roster move.
Right, they give no information. He's checking long range. They have the screen to cover his out. He's got a gate crash, and then he makes noise, and then he TPs out. So they have to clear that. Toxic screen comes up, and they've still got a double to trade. Meanwhile, then you check if there are rotations or not with the jiggle. Obviously, yeah, if you get picked off, it's gonna suck. But I think that's just part of the game. And then you don't, but you jump peek to... Okay, so if you notice, he jiggles, and then once there's gunfire, he jump peeks for full info, right? He doesn't actually have to. He could just be like, all right, there's one guy in spawn. But he jump peeks, notices the position of deadlock. They've hit the door as well. So now everyone is kind of safe to just rotate on the bonus, right? Because it is your bonus, and you're gonna go for a stack more than just try to hold default for the whole round. So now you're holding the close angle to see if there's a cross. Teo comes over to help come trade in case there's a push through tree. Like, already this movement alone to me is very good. Like, I don't understand, like, where, like, it doesn't matter if the no fights have happened. Like, this is just already really solid. What are you guys even talking? Now, why are you guys talking about stuns? What is going on? They don't think they may be the best team in the world. You guys are just baiting me hard. This is crazy. You know what? I'm not gonna do this. Oh, this is crazy. You know what? I'm okay with the argument. No, I'm okay with the argument that there's a difference between perfect and textbook. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But if you really want to argue, I would argue that their general setups and defaults are textbook. And then I do think Giacomo adds a lot, as much of us as most of us hoped.
You have to be far away.
A literal ice age. There's no hurry. Yeah, Fallon picks him up, and it's been.
Don't you think they are overhyped though?
All of a sudden, we've got some real danger, and danger aside.
I don't think they're overhyped, because I think the people overhyping them the most are those of us who like analyzing the game. And I think from a completely analytical standpoint, G2 is the most exciting. That doesn't mean that I think they're guaranteed to win. I'm not. I think that's why Valorant's fun, because there is a lot of obviously there's a lot of moment to moment and individual finesse and all of that, right? So like, that doesn't mean that G2, I don't think the casual fan is going around saying that G2 is going to win.
G2 will be content with that. They carry the Phantom over into the next round as well.
That's where you're wrong. Wait, what is going on? I thought you weren't on the G2 train. Who's on the G2 train? I don't even understand.
Ned has been a fascinating player to watch over the last couple of years. Obviously, one of the big stories coming into this game.
What? I've lost track of everything. Yeah, at the end of the day, you get shot, you die. Yeah, we gotta put tags. Can I put footnotes on IDs? I gotta make a list of who's who. Who's the Termi hater? Who's the G2? Potatoes are life as a G2 hater. I've noticed that. I always remember potatoes taste because they're always hot. Phil is the Termi hater. Got it. Yissel's the Termi defender. That I know.
Mitch wanted to trade that out, but G2 had.
I don't like G2 as a spectator, but I'm sure they win kickoff if they play like that every match. Yeah, I think that's a very fair take. I don't think they have to be fun.
What a disastrous start to the round.
I am not a G2 hater. I like leave. Meanwhile, in YouTube, Agent Paradox is going off about why they like paper ranks.
Happy to just retreat is leaf. Wow, they want to take this tool.
Yeah, Steven, Liggy, and JDG are just here to instigate. That I've understood. You know what? Okay, fine. You know what? No, Baby Bean VODs on YouTube would like us to just get back to EMEA, because that's what the stream was about today. And you know what? We needed someone with some good sense to bring us back. You're right. We gotta stick to our plan. We can't just get derailed because of some lunatics in Twitch chat. All right, focus, chat. It's gonna be a quick game anyway. It's about to be over actually, because it's already at 7-1. My goodness. Craziness.
Yep. Once again, right place, right time to occur. Oh. Come on.
Wait, what was the final score for this map anyway? 13-3? 13-4?
As well. They can't even make it to ramp now. The map is getting smaller and smaller. They got looking at middle this time.
13-4. Jeez.
Against Team Liquid, this 3v5 probably.
I mean, until this round is still somewhat acceptable, but the fact that you only had one until this round is where it really hurts.
You know, it's gonna be 8-1.
Yeah, actually, there are a decent amount of 13-4s, aren't there? How many 13? Who wants some homework? Who wants something to do so they don't go off the crazy again? This is how we occupy Twitch chatters. Who wants to go and find out exactly how many 13-4s we've had in kickoff so far? How much for homework?
It was Foot who decided to start on this attack, and you would think, you know.
You get brownie points. I let you have one more hot take in chat if you tell me how many 13-4s we've had in kickoff so far.
Back here for the time, man. That's the brutality of it all. Durka gonna rip away any sort of hope, and you got to feel good about this.
Chobra will glaze your favorite VCT team. Risky business.
Safe is calling this. I don't know how much he's calling it. Obviously,
I mean, it does seem like a lot of it is just slightly better positioning and getting outgunned, which is kind of shocking because I thought the outgunning part was where Foot was really gonna keep it competitive. Honestly, I woke up and I saw this scoreline and I was sorely disappointed. Not because I didn't think Vitality could win, but I just thought, like, I was pretty hype about Foot potentially being like competitive, like in a rotating top 3 situation.
I have watched a few hours of Valorant.
Coach Kukuka.
But yeah,
your favorite VCT team is Bleed Esports. Yeah, see exactly why it's risky.
This is the point where they've actually gone quiet. Where the calls are not there, where people are not syncing up, and they're forgetting.
Yeah, we had quite a few in Pacific too. There were only 2 in the EMEA. Really, this was only the second one.
They leave this split open.
I'm scared about
Vitality, really.
Yeah. Like their whole map pool is
14-4 at round 9.
Yeah, it does feel like this
for Durka.
Constantly going for has just found nothing.
Holy.
They haven't been able to exploit B particularly. Their mid approach.
You have Raze, Breach, Fade, Astra. I mean, you really should just be taking a lot more space on attack with the Breach and the Fade.
Durka's doing so well. It's not only
But yeah, Kix's, I guess Kix's delays have been really good. Kix and, I mean, everybody though, you can't really say that this doesn't happen just because one person's popping off. You're setting them up really well.
One Prowler, one Deep Smoke, yeah, no one's B, cool. Pop ult mid, nothing's there. Yenajay gonna get a shot in the
That's a big kill. But that's a fast flash.
There's 2 more on the side. They have no idea. Turn around. Someone deal with him, please. Someone kill Kix. Finally.
Holy.
It's too little.
I mean.
In pieces, Vitality.
I mean, they're already broken by this point.
Smiles on the side of Vitality, but the way that Kix is performing today is on a different level. 10-3 and 10 assists for him. He can do this on the side, and if he's not doing it, he will be setting up.
But should have had good B execs, but they never went for it. Yeah, yeah.
A little bit something more aggressive, more on the face. Just do not stop. It doesn't matter what kind of utility they use onto us. Get onto that.
Heretics looks really good. The pro was really fun to watch. It's kind of sad for BBL because they were doing so well, but I think just the good reads round to round really broke them apart near the end. And then Lotus was just textbook Lotus. Yeah, I guess it is mirror comps. That doesn't, well, the Omen and the Astra, I guess. But yeah, without the yeah, you're right though. Or even mid, to be fair, they should have been able to bait out the util a bit better, IMO. But Heretics look good.
They're gonna know it now.
Did they say if they were all feeling better, or are some of them still under the weather? I guess we only watched the game. It didn't look like any of them looked as bad. They all looked much better. On camera, I mean.
Now you look at the rest though. There's one towards the forward, one on the back. It's just everywhere. Vitality.
The actual hot take being Apex is going to go to an international. I think that's a hot take, but that's an exciting hot take. That's a hot take we can all get behind.
Truly. I don't know.
Batu looks really good when he's comfy.
In their map pool and their security behind it and how they want to be going into their map vetoes in the future. If you're playing against Vitality and I've just witnessed this, I'd be terrified.
Absolutely. There's so many things, so many little moments going on for Vitality. Yes, of course, the weaponry wasn't the best for.
Yeah, and then guns come out and they're back to A. But they do have Showstopper.
One is not going to cut it. Also, all the momentum that Vitality is winning.
Yeah.
Everything is going on their favor. Every single little thing that they have prepared is working.
This feels like the fastest half I've ever seen.
They did what they did to Liquid last week.
Ain't that the question?
Wait, no, it's not the mirror. They didn't have the Viper. I thought it was double Viper. No, they have the Cypher.
Zeus gets shut the hell up. That voice line is deleted. Crack's gonna try and spring.
Yeah, but then the early pressure in mid never quite worked out for him, huh?
In middle. We haven't even been seeing that really.
Oh.
Opportunity, but Les is running and gunning.
Come on.
Chance it is squandered. Vitality, large and in charge. And that was a near-on flawless half.
Wait, what the Fossabot? You calm down. Durla, I'm sorry. What? I might have to go look at my code for that again, because I thought I wrote it in correctly. Because you don't have that many symbols, as what I wrote. So that's my bad. No, it's not your bad. I think I'll have to recheck the code on that. China had 1, 2, 3. EMEA had 2. That is already a lot. And then 2 in Pacific, but more 13 threes as well. Well, I thought I set it to... No, I think I know what happened. I know what happened. Because there's a way to set it to percentage of message, but then in there it still says max characters. So I thought I had to calculate the percentage myself and put in those number of characters, but maybe it just assumed that it was... What I wrote in was the percentage, because that would make sense.
And 5 for his rebound.
All in chat, I don't think it's fair. Who will win on an 11-1? Guys. Literally guys. Literally guys.
Yeah, it is quite a few already. I mean, I would argue that.
Wow. And again,
what, like 8, 9 already without even Americas? That is quite a bit.
Exco_VT gifted a tier 1 sub to the Rilo78A. They have given 45 gift subs in the channel.
Why does he read the total gift subs? Which that's a crazy amount. Thank you. Thank you, Exco. Thanks for the gifted sub.
Dirk is in CT though, and Kix has already found out a captain.
Yeah, friggin' Stream Elements just straight outs you for the number of gifted subs.
The only bonus here is that Cracks actually took down Durka because they had just won every single area on this site approach. Safe still tilting the scales, and Cracks is down low, so Zeus has to be the man of the hour. Well, this magic.
Well, I mean, I think after that first map, Vitality's just... They're just on top of Foot. Foot used to have these maps in games, though, where they get very stubborn. They get very stubborn about, like, no, this I swear this works. And I don't know if it comes out of, like, mechanical arrogance, or just lack of depth, or, like, lack of comms, or what. There we go.
Under him. Zeus is going to take him away. Okay. Suddenly, a little bit of a hold here. Now, not too much considering it's Vandals, it's Guardians up against
who was it that said that on the EDG team? Was it Chichu? You only give out red packets if you're married.
Probably get traded, and he is. But where's the next layers to this coming out from Foot? Zeus goes hunting. He's hungry. Punishing Safe. Follow up there. He's got it as well. Zeus individually trying to draw this one back from the absolute brink. Kix has had more than 3 in a round before, but this is tricky. This is tough. Zeus has got Utah. Oh my god, I saw the control for a moment. But Zeus having a round here. Again,
yeah, we've had 13-0s. 2 13-0s, in fact.
So, good luck.
Not only that, with that diffuse, he's got
I think Foot thrive in simplified environments. As soon as there's chaos, they lose a lot of confidence.
After a first round loss,
yeah, I could see that, which is a little bit interesting given how mechanically gifted they all are.
Also play it inside of the smoke, something that Vitality was respecting because of the weaponry that Foot were having for the round. Hey, they still have to get 10 in a row. But they're definitely getting... I get so scared when I see Durka with a shorty. Because I can understand the intention.
Okay. Well,
Is that true or was he trolling? Wait.
No?
Trolling about what? Me? Somebody else in chat?
It's crazy like that. Okay. So this could be the round of can they get away with any silly.
So they just leave heaven empty.
We've ghosts.
Especially given that it's pistols.
That's not silly at all.
You got
Why do I feel like it's gonna
2 trips. Easy peasy.
It's just gonna wait. Everybody else can go into sight.
Okay.
Okay. Why are they doing ASMR?
There's maybe more on that side of the map. Do they speed up?
It
I
was
don't
so
know.
free. Kicks us all his util, so they're safe. So
Oh, the red envelope. I don't know. I don't know how it is in China.
Oh, yeah, the J, yeah, the J, yeah, the
Yes,
J.
they run.
In Korea, it's we don't do like red envelopes, but in Lunar New Year, you still do get like allowance from your elders. But I think every family has different standards. Like our family is until you start working, and then you don't get any more. Like basically, we consider you children until you start working and earning your own salary, and then it's like, all right, now you've got money. So it's really a concept of allowance in our family.
2 HP in a dream, a 1v3.
But I have not had to give out allowance
Sometimes I hear
yet.
stories about those sort of like, oh, do you remember the
I think it's until basically in Korea, at least in our family, it's like basically the generation, right? So even though my cousin's much younger than me,
How much is
like we're the
just
same
that little bit
generation,
of
so.
makeup on the score, so it doesn't look as dominant as the first half that we saw. Do not get me wrong, Vitality still.
But I don't know. Maybe in China it is. Maybe being married is the common standard. I couldn't tell you.
Defeated. I want to see them working round by round, and that is an operator, Lauren.
Never work unlimited money glitch.
All right.
Make him dance.
Play through this 3 plays.
Yeah, that once a year payout.
Or something of the such, maybe.
Oh, that's a nice flick up.
That's nice. That's nice. That's a little notice, right? It's a little bit of a reminder. And will they remember into the next round? We'll wait and see.
They win this round, and that's the end.
Losing out Trex is an issue. Harder to make it towards the site. A little bit more dependent on Kicks to try and facilitate, who's been fantastic, but tough to get that confirmed information.
Taking the time.
This
to
is
try to
overall
see
a
what we're doing on
good
map
setup
one.
from
Obviously
Foot.
just having the Sentinel could work for the side of Foot. He's going to be forced out.
Yeah, just let them know that the op's still there, and then you call people over. That's fine.
Updated information on that. They have stacked this side.
He was looking to, Captain was potentially looking to position himself closer to Ali.
Derek, is that you?
I think it might be Dagger at this point. Les has to reveal position.
2025.
Stunned. Oh my god, I thought it might have been a cosmetic stun. No.
Well, now
Okay,
they're
Vitality,
stuck.
stuns dwindle in numbers here. Durka has found Zeus, but the spike is now recovered. One away from
good
the
pickup
showstopper.
on the orb,
Krax
though.
is
Sets
low,
up
but the
for
map
you only
feels
need one more
small.
round.
Now, do they try and pivot out of this? I love this reposition here.
Oh,
Oh. Okay.
everyone thought the same
Just for
thing.
a second.
Oh.
It's
Caught
off
safe
one.
away. But had a captain
And then you just group up.
Them so much, or they forces them to run because of course only 20
We do that in Vietnamese too. It's based on married families. Huh. I guess that is generally the common thing.
Do I feel like they might, but the timing
Yes,
here,
of course.
Kicks, you've got to feel like this. Oh no, Kicks has found one. Okay, now he can turn his attention. Stun comes in. 10 HP.
Oh my goodness. Kicks really was on one today, huh?
Combined HP is 42 for the side of Vitality. But he turns back. Cleared. But now down to the one man. 32 HP. He's got one. He's got his showstopper. He's got the main
no
shot.
way.
He's going to place it first. J on the tap.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Yenergy was very quick with that. There was a chance that the showstopper came out if he didn't swing early enough.
Are being too close for comfort for the
What are any predictions for today's matches for EMEA? Today is what? Lower bracket?
On the board. It's definitely
He had
going
a
to be
clutch.
very long
Gentlemates,
road ahead,
Fnatic,
but
Giants,
China
Team
has
Liquid.
already really about his weapon that he really
I mean, I'm still gonna favor Fnatic over Gentlemates.
He needs it. He can just click heads with the
But
Vandal.
probably a
But apparently
2-1?
Vitality must be
Giant
some
X
kind of a
Team
difference.
Liquid's kind of hard.
Might go for this kind of control. Something has to.
Giant X Team Liquid is kind of hard, no?
He's, that was a sake.
12 to 4. Since I
I
said this is pretty much over, we've had 3 rounds.
It hasn't been.
Exactly.
Giant X Team
So you
Liquid.
got the Stingers, you got a Sheriff with less. Obviously a decent purchase on the other
I-
side. Still going to have the Bulldog and Mr. Fulham,
Oh
but that's it.
man.
Dirk going to invest the ult. Does oh! his is heat-seeking when the others don't seem to hit at all.
That doesn't work for everybody.
Are Vitality and TH the two most likely teams to qualify? Yeah. From EMEA? Yeah. I mean, I think Foot and BBL can punch up for sure, but... Oh. Oh.
Come on.
It wasn't even
a region to do this?
It wasn't even a pretty shot either. They're trying to help him out here, and Zeus, the young hero
But,
himself,
I would say that Heretics and Vitality look the cleanest for sure.
And some days Durka does. So I think he's having to learn the hard way here in a 1v4.
Giant is way better than Team Liquid. I think so. I agree. But like, I mean, I think I just don't like how Team Liquid is playing. I think the logical on paper choice is Giant X. Maybe not by like a massive amount, but by a little bit. But yeah, but I think it's just because I don't like how Team Liquid is playing. Help me get a Rito buddy. I don't even have a Rito buddy. Not that I care for one. I probably could get one if I wanted, I guess. But if you show up to you gotta show up to a VCT event. That's how you get them. And then you go ask a rioter for the Rito buddy. Team Liquid, every player just rolls the dice of what they should do for a round. Oh yeah, Kiko's I think, and I'm glad. I'm glad because I think Kiko is I think Kiko's very promising. Oh, he was plus 22 in this match. I didn't even realize. Yeah, GX should win this. Yeah, no, GX should win this. Are you watch partying EMEA today? No, because I have to cast tomorrow, so I can't stay up too late. Do a Team Liquid VOD review at Fracture. That would take all night. I ain't doing that. TL always has players that are very talented, but the roster just never look cohesive. You know what's weird is like this roster almost seems cohesive. They just seem cohesively down to play like they are. Like they all seem in on it. It's not like they don't seem in on it. They all seem in on it. It just sometimes doesn't look very good. You know? And it's kind of interesting. There's Skyrim and PC encounter. Why did China finish a lot faster than the other regions? Presumably, I mean, I think it's twofold, but obviously Chinese New Year is like a whole week-long celebration holiday, national holiday in China. So, like Korea celebrates Lunar New Year too, but not as largely. Korea had 3 days off, so still kind of big, but in China, I think that was one reason. So they wanted to get it done before, so people could just like go home, visit family, and whatnot, and not have to worry about like when they're coming back. And then two, it probably helps with visas and stuff too. But they did finish a lot earlier, which obviously, there's something to be said about potential fairness. But glad you're back in the casting desk. I'm only there for kickoff, so we'll see what happens after. But I was asked to stand in for kickoff specifically. I didn't get a chance to fully watch the NRG 100 Thieves one. I've watched a couple clips here and there, but I'll probably just watch that in my spare time. I'll probably actually have to grind through a bunch of VODs at 2x speed tonight on my own, I think. New York actually closed schools for Lunar New Year. Really? What? It's only for the New Year. They talked after the finals how they'll all go home to celebrate with the family. Well, I mean, I would assume, did Riot China officially say it's only for Chinese New Year? Because I can only imagine that it would be very beneficial to set up travel and whatnot from Riot China's perspective. I'm not saying that's the core reason. I do think the core reason is for the Lunar New Year, but obviously for the players, that's the only thing that really affects them, I guess. They did. It was a really cool thing. Huh. Well, good for New York. Oh, yeah, I guess there's the Evolution series as well. Yeah, I don't know what the plan is, though, in the future. Like, I don't know if Riot wants to try to 100% lock in every region schedule the same, or if they don't really mind. I'm not actually quite sure where HQ stands on that. Past years would tell us that they don't care as long as everything works out, but this year it seems like they tried, other than China, because of the New Year. So they have a Mexican team for Apex? Team Liquid? If Team Liquid played in APAC, what would their ranking be? I mean, no offense, but I think they'd be above Zeta Division. Zeta's got to figure themselves out, man. Zeta's got to figure themselves out. Team Heretics or Vitality? I mean, I think everyone's going to lean towards Vitality, but I don't know. I think Vitality, though. I think I would pick Vitality. I think I would pick Vitality. So why isn't Team Secret part of the 12th place convo? Because they at least tried to adapt mid-game, whereas Zeta didn't, which seems like a really low bar, but you know, like the more rounds that pass, the more Zeta devolved into their old style, whereas Team Secret at least tried to aggressively take space again. Like, I know that, you know, seems like a very low bar, but that's kind of where I'm coming from. Like, Zeta was just, yeah, they were just boxing demons again. They were fighting demons on their own, and then they couldn't make up their decision, which is sad. It is unfortunate. You'd give Heretics a very slight edge? Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell. It's... Oh, man. Vitality has played KC and Foot. I mean, both of them played promising teams. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. It is tough. Vitality played both mechanically. I mean, yeah, I don't know. But I think... Yeah, I don't know. No, this was a tough one. But I think Vitality on paper should be... I think more people should lean towards Vitality, I think, from what we've seen so far. I don't know if that's correct, but... I mean, Zeta, obviously... Jonto wasn't here yet, so we'll see if that changes things, but... But it just seems like, yeah, I don't know. I honestly think it's the same. It was the same thing with Riddle last year for Ascension as well. And I think the Japanese meta simply is that everybody plays according to plan and expectations. So it kind of works out. And so you think that's good enough for calling, but it really isn't anymore. And I think that's a big problem. Are G2 that strong this year? We're not about to start this conversation again. I don't know if you just got here, but we had a very heated moment on stream. For what it's worth, yes, I do think they're that strong this year. But obviously they've only played one match, so who knows? No, it's not so much. It's not so much that the Japanese teams are too rigid. It's that they suddenly look lost when things don't work out, and then they'll do things like for instance, they'll do things like they'll throw a fake, right? So hold on. Oops, that gets rid of my chat as well. So they'll do things like they'll throw a fake on one side of the map, but like the fake will be a smoke. And then they're like, oh, surely they bit the bait. And then they like all 5 rush over, or like 4 people rush over and 1 person stays mid. And it's like the defense are just like, you know, the one anchor guy's like, hey guys, his call is early. Smoke up on A. And everyone's like, okay. And then there's still 3 people here. And meanwhile, like the tripwires aren't cleared, and you didn't draw out any counter smokes. You know, maybe one counter smoke comes up here, and they're like, all right, well, let me smoke for you. And then they're like, oh, surely they bit the bait. Like, oh man, because we haven't been doing anything. So now the one smoke, they're gonna be like, oh man, they're acting, they're throwing their util. We gotta come to A, and it's like, no one's gonna bite that, right? Like, you gotta throw more. You gotta send one person. You gotta really sell it, or you gotta make sure they're rotating. You gotta have someone in mid and see if they're rotating. It's like, oh guys, they're rotating, and then you act according to that. But like, they'll do this on defense too. They're like, let's say if someone masks all the info and you have no info, Japanese teams will wait and they'll be like, guys, I think they're going A, and then they all rotate A, and it's like, under what assumption? Like what happened? It really just feels like they make these, like they basically write these novels in their head of like, this is how the round's gonna play out, and then they just assume that that's how it's gonna play out, and it's like, you gotta check. And they just don't clear util fast enough, and they don't like, and they don't consider how much util the enemy, like they always just think about themselves. They don't think about, did we break all their trips? How many smokes do they have left? Did they use all their flashes? Is the aftershock gone? Like they don't think about that. So they either run out of time, or then they use all their util to get in, and then they're like, oh, we have nothing for the post plant, or like we have nothing about the retake or whatever, and it's rough. They definitely get in their own head, but then they just like believe it. Yeah, I mean, in some ways that's one way to put it, like hyper individual minded. But I think it's because it works for the most part in Japan, because like it's almost as if they have this like unspoken gentleman's agreement, right? It's almost like they have some weird gentleman's agreement of like, listen, if a smoke comes up at 30 seconds, that means that's where the attackers are going. Like, it's like they all operate under that assumption. And so the reason Riddle Order worked within Japan last year was because their set pieces were so good that they could take time and feel like they were on the back foot, but then they're, them striking as 3 onto the site was just better than most of the other Japanese teams. But then that got abused at Ascension, because, so the answer is we just don't let them get up to where they need. Like, we've seen how they do their set plays, right? So if it's Ascent, it's like, like it's on B, and it's like, okay, well, like they need to get up to here, they need to start right here. And it's like, okay, well, what if we smoke this off? And now they have to wait here. It's like, oh, well, now Riddle Order's like set play is broken because they don't know how to get in. So it's rough. Zeta needs a few more coaches. How much of the blame should be on Carlisle? I mean, I don't think any of us could ever say. You have no idea. I mean, first of all, there's a language barrier. So is it? I mean, perhaps it's not. I think in some weird way, I think there's probably a higher chance that there's zero blame on Carlisle. I mean, maybe you could blame the whole language barrier, and that's a whole different conversation, but like, because here's the thing. They used to play like that before Carlisle. So, like, you could argue that maybe Carlisle should have changed them. But at that point, I'm, like, more willing to blame the language barrier, which, yeah, you made that choice. So I guess that's kind of on you. But, like, but that's, like, that's a thing where it's, like, we have no idea. But the one thing we do know is they played like that in 23. And then they played like that in 24. And they're still playing like that in 25. So... yeah, and Carlisle isn't even their head coach anymore, but Jonta is, but Jonta wasn't here for kickoff, so, like, yeah. Yeah, but, yeah, you know what I mean, though? Yeah, they play like that in Challengers, too, so I think it's more of an inherent, like, Japanese players, I don't know, maybe the players aren't watching enough VODs. Maybe the IGLs aren't watching enough VODs of foreign teams. I don't know. But it's like, it's very apparent in Challengers, too, which tells me that there's more of a... yeah, there's more of an underlying issue here. And I don't know if any coach fixes that. That's why I need to sub? Sub to what? What am I subbing to? Zayna need a coach like Frost who will beat their ass and play more dynamic. I mean, does that even... I mean, I think beat their ass getting blocked by the automat is probably actually valid. I don't know if we should have let that through. But would that even work? I mean, is it really working for talent? I don't know. A little bit, but maybe not as fast as he'd like. I don't know. I don't know. Because now it's like, some people are like, well, it's because Laz is gone. But it's like, no, but they used to play like that with Laz too. The only time they didn't play like that was when Laz was on Chamber in 2022 when they went all the way in Reykjavik. And it's like, that was the one time. So, like, I don't know if that's really the problem. Freaking Bren. Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to tell where it originates from, but one thing is for sure, Zeta has played like that from 2023 onward at the very least. I mean, I would argue 22 as well. They just got bailed out by Laz and Sugar Hero Heroics, and 10 was like playing out of his mind that tournament too. I mean, Depp was always good, but they were playing. It's the third year in a row that they're playing like that, and then on top of that, Challengers also mostly plays like that. So it's like, is there a correlation? Maybe, but obviously it's hard to tell. Yeah, it's obviously going to be a lot of different factors. Just get a team with no Japanese. Go the global esports route. Are they still watching? Can you imagine? They're like, all right, in today's VOD review, we're going to watch our game against DRX in 2022. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Imagine if that was true and like that came out as a friggin' documentary. That would be insane. Oh my gosh. Like, how little do you move your mouse to draw these? That's a good question. I mean, barely. Like, these lines is like this much. Actually, that's quite a lot, no? I'm moving my mouse a lot. $1,600. Yeah, that's a lot for my DPI. Yeah. But in-game sense, I also keep at 1.0. So that's where the crazy sense comes from. They're still reviewing their 0-3 loss. They're like, we still haven't figured it out. What's the secret? How do we unlock FNS's brain? No, but I agree. I think but here's the thing. I think it's a combination of inexperienced coaches and inexperienced IGLs. And the combination of these two, I'm not saying like that means you're a bad coach or a bad IGL. Like you might have the potential, but a combination of both inexperienced coaching and inexperienced IGL, it's hard to grow, right? Because there's just no one to like lead, really. And I think that's where a lot of it comes from. Yeah, Baby B. Yep, 1.0 at 1600. And so, yeah, at that point, it's tough. I mean, the Korean scene had this problem until Solo and Perry and HSK also joined the coaching scene along with Termi and Glow. But, you know, most of the... And then I think that... And I think just in general, like also just from like League of Legends backgrounds and stuff, there's still a lot more like potential coaches that are like thinking about the game in different ways. Like you might not be the best for Valorant or whatever, but... So, yeah, I don't know. Yep, 1.0 in Valorant. That's correct, YouTube. Yeah, but Zeta could do this. Like, Zeta can play around Dep. Dep's still really good. Hey, at least Shota showed up with a couple of rounds. So, I think for any Shota fans, there's still something to hope for. No, I mean, you could literally see this evolution in that Genji RQ match, though, right? Wow, that's a crazy G. You could literally see this evolution of like Foxy9 go take space into, oh, we'll send them to you, Foxy9. Like that, there was a vivid shift. Guys, my handwriting's already bad without a mouse. So like, and that's when I was giving, like, I tried on the cast too, but even in my head, I was giving Genji and Munchkin a lot of credit because it's like, okay, if you accept that this is where you're getting, like, this is what you need to do, then that's great. The real question is let's say this is the answer to play with Foxy9 on Genji. The real question is can this be as reliable and can this be as flexible as the Meteor pattern internationally? And off the top of my head, the answer is no. But I mean, Solo, HSK, and Perry could have different ideas. The 3K at B main changed everything. Yeah, no, literally, the 3K at Lotus B changed everything. Dude got confident. They told him to anchor down. They started to push out every other side of Foxy9, and he freaking helped carry Lotus. And then, you know, I know Sideshow was going crazy about his bad positioning on C site, and that's true for the most part. But once they figured out how to tell him like to play for just one angle, he starts killing it again. And then he even like peeks out of the smoke on B and gets a 3-key. Like, once you set him up and he just has to focus on the fight, like whether he has to peek or not is not the problem. Actually, it's not about for Foxy9, it's not about taking the fight, right? It's not about attacking. It's about like he just doesn't get macro yet. That's his difficulty. But if it's a matter of, hey, there's a smoke, like, can you peek out of it to fight? He'll do it. He'll do it. So maybe if they rebranded to C, they would do better as Zeta, only comprise energies. What in the world? Potatoes, what are you going off about? Don't care about sideshow things. You never know what you're gonna get. No, I think you know exactly. That's the funny thing. I think you know exactly what you're getting with Foxy9. I think you know exactly what you're getting with Foxy9. Here's what you're getting with Foxy9. You're getting a very talented player mechanically, knows how to isolate 1v1s. Well, actually, I take that back. Doesn't know really how to isolate 1v1s. Knows... I guess you can't even say knows. Is just good enough to 1v3. Actually, on Lotus, no. We'll give him knows how to isolate 1v1s. Knows how to isolate 1v1s. Can't take space. And his setups are solo queue setups. This is what we're getting with this guy. So if you just focus on this, he's really good. And this you can teach. This you can teach. You just tell him. Just memorize this. And just use it on, this, and this round. What? Dude, the dude literally said in his own appearance on Bimbon's podcast, he was like, "No, I think I play better against teams like Paper X." He was literally like, "I'm more confident against Paper X because they'll fight me, because they'll come into my crosshairs." Like he knows his strengths, so like this is how. Like he's very mechanically talented. Now whether he can learn the macro part is, I mean, who knows? And maybe it takes longer than other players. Maybe he just can't comprehend it. Like that's fine. But like at that point also, I mean, I think if you're playing Anchor, that's okay. But the problem is like lurking is where it's a problem, because it's going to be really hard for Munchkin to micromanage the lurking. And Munchkin's also a bit of a lurker. In which case also, by the way, and we noticed this at GES, is if Foxy9 just goes with the team on attack, if you just send him with the team to exec, then, dude, what? I never said that sound. And it didn't read it off. Potatoes are life with the 50 bits. Foxy9 is literally the inverse FNS, if you think. If you think about it, that's actually, honestly, no offense to either player, but that's a good way to put it. But what they were doing at GES was they would basically send Foxy9 to go into the exec with the team and just fight on site. And Munchkin would lurk. And like that works too. You just have to learn how to operate with him, I really think. It's a command that compliments Zane. I'll believe you. So I do think Gen G is going to look really good against DRX. But my point is this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy all know exactly where Foxy9 is strongest and where he's weakest. So, Chobra, you may be good luck for me. I just got accepted into my dream university. Anisets, congrats. That's huge. I don't think I could dare take any credit, but that is amazing news. Congrats. No, that's always a great feel-good moment. Everybody in chat, give a big congrats and some claps to Anisets. That's massive. Yeah, that's a big W. That's a big W. So yeah, I think I'm very curious what DRX is gonna cook up. Because if they tried, like, unless they have something to really break Foxy9 like out of the team, like they need to dislocate him from the comms of Gen G, I think Gen G wins. I just think Munchkin's gonna outbrain them. I do. There is the question about Yo Man, but I think he'll be okay. Natural science at the University of Cambridge. Awesome. Congrats. Even YouTube chat is sending their congrats. There you go. Hearing accepted into uni is just a reminder of yes, so we don't need to show our age like that, okay? Yeah, why'd you have to say that? What the hell? Foxy 9 is like a level answer. And Bane. Yeah, I mean, I think Bane... I mean, I think that's why I think Yeoman will be fine, though. I think Bane and Yeoman will each, like, they'll fulfill the parts they need to, and they'll kind of cancel each other out. What are the chances of Talon upsetting T1? I would say... Well, with Talon, it's always tough because it's like the real question you should be asking is what are the chances of which Talon we get, right? I mean, I guess I'm gonna say 40-60. Because I think if 7 through 10 Talon can beat T1, I think. Unless T1's all at 10 the whole match. If we get Lotus, then 70%. Otherwise, Talon is gone. No, I don't think it's very low. I think 40% is I think 40% is very fair. Because I think even though T1 looked a little bit more volatile than some of us hoped, I think T1 is still going to be individually much more stable than Talon. A walkout with a wooden spoon and a flip-flop. Man, so many Talon hate watchers. No, I don't think their split comp itself is that bad, chat. The execution was terrible. I'm not going to shy away from that. But I thought their split comp against that matchup was pretty good. Against she was pretty good. I do think so. But, I don't... But the execution was terrible. There's no doubt about that. Oh, and yes, exactly. That's the problem with Talon. Talon is like... Idea is usually always like anywhere from like an... I will even say maybe even 85. Well, let's do point system. So like 8.5 to 10 out of 10. Ideas are always great. But then execution is anywhere from like 1 to an 8.5 out of 10. So it's like I don't know, what are we getting? Like we could get a 17 out of 10 team, but we could also get I mean even worse, like because actually addition doesn't even make sense here, because then you would argue that it should really be a multiplication, right? So it's like it could really like you just don't know what you're gonna get. It's the execution varies violently. Schrodinger's Talon. Premier on Tejo, I don't think it will work like Clove. Obviously, Frost has talked about it on like Spike Talk as well, and I think he's been very adamant that Tejo is great for people who just want to aim. I get where he's coming from, but I think it depends on the aimer. And from what we saw, I don't think it works on Premi. But who knows? Maybe they can make it work. I do agree. I do agree that Premi on Tejo didn't seem like it was going to work. I think you can make it work. You just have to simplify it even more, but... We can't always be kumbaya. But the clove works well. The clove works well. Who is better, Talon or RRQ? Last year, I would yield and say Talon is better overall. I mean, I always said it, right? 2024. I mean, not stylistically, but Talon was just a better RRQ. As much as I didn't want to admit it, they were just a better RRQ. Their peaks were higher, and that's what mattered. Obviously, stylistically very different, but RRQ tried to get ahead of the meta on certain maps too, like the bind and stuff. But this year, I think, obviously Talon's only played one match, but I think this year, other than the Abyss against DFM, we've consistently seen RRQ like play very solid Valorant for the most part. The Lotus wasn't great, but it was solid. So this year, I think, well, I guess it's always been true, though. I think basically stylistically, I like RQ's style better, but we'll see. But Cushy obviously is looking amazing. Imagine T1 goes to the lower bracket to get steamrolled by other teams and Gen G and Paper make it to Bangkok. Isn't that just like the typical T1 story in Valorant, which is sad? What's the lore of you becoming an RQ stan? Well, it's a combination of things. In 2023, you know what's crazy is I didn't even realize people at Lock-In, people who thought RQ was like looked like one of the worst teams, because I thought they showed pretty decent potential. I saw decent potential at Lock-In. But then I looked at the community, and everyone around the world, including Korea, was like, at Lock-In, they were like, oh, RQ is the worst team. And I was like, I don't think so. I actually think they have some decent pieces. And to me, what they were trying to, it's kind of like when talent shows a good idea, but the execution's bad. That's what I saw at Lock-In RQ. And I was like, I kind of like the ideas they tried, though. I just think the execution was terrible. So then I'm like, you know what? This seems like a great underdog team to get behind, because I believe in the direction that I saw. And then I got to meet them for like content shoots, and I got to talk a lot to not just the players, but the coach, Ewok. And my conversations with Ewok confirmed what I saw. I was like, okay, so what I saw was coming. It was very intentional. And also, it seemed like he had a good head on his shoulders about like how to care about not just inside the server stuff, but outside the server stuff. Seemed like a good guy. So then I'm like, okay, I'm really down to support this team. And then it just, you know, and then I think they kept improving, obviously. Like even in 2023, I think they improved with the previous roster. So it was just a fun journey to follow. RQ is considered the worst in beginning. Well, no. That I meant after the match, though. That was a whole different thing. The whole roster drama was a whole different thing. I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't really, like, I agreed that the roster drama was not great, but, you know, I hadn't seen the play before that. I mean, I guess I liked the previous Boom guys, like Xfero and Flips and Elmi Moore. So I guess that helped when they brought those guys on, and I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. But, you know, I wasn't like that. But if you go back, I'm pretty sure there's probably still records of it. Like after the match, people were like, oh, RQ is going to be bottom of the barrel. Like people who didn't care about the stuff. Yeah, Fossabot's definitely wrongly coded. You put 3 dots and Fossabot's like, too many spinballs. Let me turn that off for now. No. I'll fix that later. I turned it off. No, yeah, I mean, I think they were just very not memorable at lock-in. Yeah, no, I love DJ too, and they were all chill. Like, they, you know, it was a fun group of kids, and Ewok seemed like a guy who had the right head on his shoulders, but I think it was basically because I could see what they were trying to do, and it suited how I liked to look at the game, and therefore I'm naturally drawn to teams who play the way I think Valorant should be played. Nobody's right or wrong necessarily, but you know. So for instance, like, so Talon's kind of on the other spectrum of this, where the part I like about Talon is just like they take the, you know, basically they take the Dota 2/MOBA approach of team comps. And I'm down for that. I do think sometimes I'm not fully on board with their ideas. Sometimes I feel like their ideas are a little tunnel visioned or like a little too idealistic. But exactly why I love Paper X. Yeah, I mean, exactly, right? Like, some people, you know, you get drawn to how you think games should be played. For instance, I actually don't necessarily agree with, I don't think, like, 2024 G2, I don't actually agree necessarily. I think it was a very good way to play Valorant, but I don't know if I would agree with it. Gen G, though? I agree with most of it. I agree with like 85% of it. Like their theory and philosophy. And there's always going to be, like, I think with any analyst, you're going to see that. Like, people have different, you know, like a great example is Lothar has very, very clear standards on what he prefers and thinks is good, right? So, by the way, chat, I just recently hit Radiant for the first time. Everybody give a big round of applause to Agent Paradox on YouTube, because that's a big accomplishment as well. It's like almost as close to getting into your dream university. So I think we should all give a big round of applause. I did not mean that sarcastically. That's actually sick. I could never. Do you think Icy got most of the slander for G2 playing slow? I mean, I think Icy was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I think that's the best way to put it. It's pretty close. You know, it's tough competition out there. There's a drill center. Yeah, but everybody has their own preferences, so. Hey, man, it doesn't matter how long it took. You got there, you grinded. That's what's important. That's what's important, that you didn't give up and you grinded. See, I gave up because I didn't want to grind. He was a good duelist. I hate when people flame him for slow play. Yeah, I don't think flaming him specifically for slow play was, I mean, first of all, I don't think flaming him was fair at all, but what's my peak diamond? What's the higher end? Is it 3 or 1? I always get confused. Is it 3? Diamond 3. Every season I tell myself that I'm going to grind to get past that and get to Ascendant, and then I'm like, nope. Or, yeah, Ascendant, but... And then I'm like, nope, well, it just takes too much time, and I don't feel like warming up, and I'm just... But I still try in every game, and just, you know, can't be bothered to play DMs before every day of gameplay. I am a bit of a fake ranker. But I promise you, I still play a lot compared to a lot of other people, I think. A lot of other talent, I think. Because generally I like to play more to gauge what people would feel more. But people have different ways of learning the game and keeping up with as well. What's my role? These days, I just well, right now it's Tejo. Right now, my role is Tejo. Whenever a new agent comes out, I just try to spam just the agent for as long as I can. Until I feel comfortable that I understand them. Whether I'm good with them or not is a different story. This was, by the way, Chamber's release was one of the most painful. Because I was like, well, I don't feel very confident. But even when I felt confident, I wasn't very good with them. But, generally, either controller or sentinel. But now and then, like, but when I'm climbing, like, if I'm trying to get back into at least, like, plat, like, starting plat, I'm okay with playing my roles. But before that, if I get sick of it, I will play duelist. Can you get a stream where you learn abstract algebra for no reason aside from it being funny? You know, I won't say no. I won't say it's impossible. Road to Immortal time? Oh, Prime EG versus Prime EDG. Which will win? I think Prime EG versus Prime EDG. I think Prime EG wins, actually. But that's I mean, that's such a hypothetical question. Yeah, New Frontier. I'm with you on that. That's why. 2024 Gen G got carried by Meteor to some degree, and I'm interested to see. I mean, I don't think that's fair. I think Meteor was a crucial piece to what they wanted to achieve. I don't know if I would say Meteor carried them per se. But I would say that he was very key to completing the picture they wanted. What chat you asked ChatGPT? Oh yeah, I gotta set up the YouTube integrations and Patreon integrations for Discord as well. Depends on the map and patch. Spoken like a true real analyst. There you go. All right, chat. I gotta go eat dinner and do other stuff and get ready for the cast tomorrow and sleep well. Would you say that Demon 1 got carried by Calm? No. I wouldn't say that. What a true just chatting streamer. I know, right? Fake gamer. Take away my gamer license, chat. No, we'll do, honestly, today we kind of, in the future, I gotta really lock in for VOD reviews. I can't believe I got rage baited so hard today. You guys really ruined me today. But yeah, join the Discord. More and more people, it's set up nicely. More and more people are active on it, and there's a suggestion board for like content, Discord setups, whatever as well. So definitely join that. I'll make sure I add more voice chat channels and stuff so you guys can play games together and whatnot as well. But thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the new memberships and subs today. Thanks for everyone who joined the stream today. Appreciate it. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And tomorrow there's no watch party because I am on the official broadcast. So I will see you on the cast. Tomorrow should be really good. So I hope you guys tune into VCT Pacific. And that's going to